for a couple of weeks.
Why?
Oh, I have to go underground, you know, like scopers and communists.
Whitney signing off. 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 Whitney signing off.
You're letting me loose?
The night was darker than a blonde girl's last 5 baby daddies. My cigarette was lit, and so was I. Mass layoffs were hitting harder than a hillbilly husband. Developers were protesting, and blue-haired bovines were getting louder than a chihuahua on a cement mixer. And then I saw it. 1940s Deus Ex. Fallen Aces. Shadow of Death. Funnier than a ferret in your pants and twice as stinky. Of all the streams and all the YouTubes, it had to walk into my arcade. I'm Detective Fist, and this is my Zoftig lady secretary, Taryn Gell. Say hi to the nice people, Dollface.
Do you pay me to talk?
How the hell are you? It is Fallen Aces.
It'll cost you $5 a month.
It's time, folks. We love this game. We streamed it once before, and it's time to play a little bit of Fallen Aces. This is an awesome game, dude. I can't believe Taryn hasn't tried it yet. It blows my mind. But basically, it is, as I described, 1940s detective Deus Ex, folks. It's awesome. Kind of pulp, Street and Smith, Doc Savage. I love it too. Thank you very much. Doc Savage, The Shadow, The Spider, Zorro, all those great 20s, 30s, 40s pulp characters all rolled into one. Yet you play as a private detective. What you cracking open there?
A voltage.
A voltage, which I didn't even realize still existed, to be honest. But tonight, folks, I'm going to be Detective Fist. We're going to be playing a little bit of Fallen Aces.
$5 in this economy?
Right? Well, this is a 40s economy, we'll pretend.
Yeah, $5 will get you a fucking mansion
Right.
in 1940.
I could get a hovel for that at least. All right. This is such a hidden gem. Not enough people talk about this game. Second episode just came out. It's called Shadow of Death. I do not know how they got away with using the Shadow logo for it.
You drinking that stuff so early?
Listen, doll girl, when you drink as much as I do, you gotta start early.
And we got some noir notifications tonight, as you can hear. Right.
I'm just listening back to this.
Shadow quality, medium, I don't really care. I don't care. We are going to be playing in black and white because screw color. And we were...
Fuck's sake, man, you're amateur.
We were in the third or fourth episode, or third or fourth chapter of Heart of Glass the second, but we'll jump right into episode 2.
Are you sure? You don't want to... How far along do you think you got to go?
Well, here's the thing. I'll have to start the episode over because the save's outdated.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's one of those.
That sucks.
Well, still, I had 2 more chapters after that. We're gonna play Shadow of Death. We promised it. But look at that. That's the Shadow logo. Like, that's not
That's
even...
the Shadow font.
That's not even a tribute to the Shadow logo. It's just the Shadow logo. I don't know
Look
how
at
they
that.
got away. I don't want to draw attention to it because I don't want Condé Nast to sue him, but it blows my mind. All right, cool. Oh, actually, no, we do have to continue. That's fine. These chapters are actually pretty quick. Whatever.
Yeah. Just calm down and tell me what's going on.
This guy's basically the Shadow.
How long have they been there? No, you sit tight. No, I'm sending a guy down
Are you sure it's not the Gray Ghost?
The Gray
there.
Ghost.
We'll handle it. My little visit to Walt's house will have to wait. Not that it matters. Car shot to hell. It's gonna take hours to get there on foot.
Huh. What's the good news?
An old friend of mine could set us up with a new car. Just one problem, though. Seems our gangster friends are laying siege to the old junkyard he works out of. I need you to get him out of there.
Christ, never ends. Fine, what am I doing?
The fastest way to get there is by taking the subway to Marigold Street Station. Once you arrive, make your way to the junkyard and assist
Left
Blake
wing,
any
leading
way you
parasite.
can.
You expect me to
I
sit
come
here and
with
listen to your
you,
dribble?
but
The arm?
So,
So what, I get in there...
for
beat
those
some
coming
faces,
in
save
late,
the day, and
Nightwave,
an oil
who is
change
the
while I'm
Shadow,
at it?
broke his arm, so I've been having to do his fighting for him.
after you've dealt with them, Blake should have a working car you can use to make your escape. Once you're back, we'll figure out what to do about this Walt situation.
He's a really shitty governor. All right, ladies and germs. I'm stoked to be playing this again. This is such a good game. Oh, look at this. I mean, just look at it. You can pick up a fedora. Throw it. I love
That's
it.
the last time she's gonna laugh at me. I'll make sure of it.
I can't put on the fedora. Come on.
It's a free fedora.
It's
That's
a
the last
free
time she's gonna laugh
fedora.
at me. I'm gonna make sure of it.
It'll give me shitty opinions about entertainment.
Yeah. Mage Leader, hey, how you doing?
Lead pipe.
So wait, is this Harry Vincent, the game?
Yeah.
Sign me up.
Well, I haven't been kidnapped quite enough. I've only been kidnapped the once so far.
I thought that was Margot's job.
Right. Well, she kind of takes over Harry Vincent's job after she gets introduced in the pulps.
Mercenary
So
X.
Margot was created for the radio show, The Shadow, because they wanted vocal contrast between Lamont and whoever he's going to be talking to. You can actually read the original draft of the first episode of The Shadow radio show, and Harry Vincent's in it. But after that pilot aired, they were like, Harry Vincent, you can't really tell between him and The Shadow, so we'll introduce a girl so there's more vocal contrast.
So that's how the character.
That's-
Would you say it's like a Harley Quinn situation where she was in the cartoon, but
It's
then they made
exactly
her-
like that. Yeah, they
Yeah.
introduced her later. Pardon me. Later, Walter Gibson didn't really want to, because he didn't think she had much of a role. So he introduced her, and if you read the story, the Murder Master, I think she was introduced in. They introduced her as like being a girl that Lamont Cranston, the real Lamont Cranston, had a little dalliance with in the past. And they meet on a cruise ship, and she's like, "Oh, Lamont?" And Lamont has to be like, yes, because it's not really Lamont Cranston, it's the Shadow. So he sort of has to play along, and then he winds up recruiting her as one of the agents. This is I assume I go up the stairs. Yeah. Ooh, what a dough!
Mercenary X, are we sure the Shadow substitute isn't talking about Walt Disney?
Some asshole private dick named Thing comes through and wipes out a whole heap of our guys. Boss got hit, guy got away.
Yummy.
Dillibod, think that 20.
Did he say blow me down?
Oh, come on. You've been hearing too many ghost stories.
Please make a video ripping Alex Jones a new one.
For what?
I need to cross it off my bucket list. P.S. Very goated game.
See you later
This-
tonight.
No, Mary, as a matter of fact, maybe not for a couple of weeks.
Why?
Well, I have to go underground, you know, like gophers and communists.
Who else would have left a trail of bodies like that? Somebody's been fucking up our whole operation.
I didn't mean to do that. Oh, man.
Listen to yourself. The big bad Nightwave is gonna get you.
Oh, that's a stab.
Sleep with a cat under my
These are my stabbing shoes.
little baby. Listen, chick. If any aces were still out there playing,
Shanky, shanky. Whoa. Yeah!
Stylish Jack.
Asshole.
No, please. I have a family.
I don't shank civilians.
Took the
You
brakes.
think I am George Floyd?
Took the brakes off my car. Guy like me never really learned how to stop.
I don't have any money. Please,
Scott Fisher,
leave me alone.
Matt Walsh is saying to end the Iran war because groceries are too expensive and burritos.
Which he never buys for himself. And burritos. I mean, where does Matt Walsh live? Has he even eaten a burrito? Most of what Matt Walsh calls a burrito is really a Hot Pocket with Tabasco. Be real, if you don't live in the American Southwest, you've never had a burrito.
Matt Robertson. Tune into the stream and Razor is in the subway holding a knife near dead white guys.
Yep.
Is this a UK sim?
Yeah. Oi! Let's go to the wrestling show. We're the last remaining country on planet Earth that gives the faintest fleeting fraction of a fuck about the wrestling business.
M308 Gunner. Evening, Razor and Terran. Introduce the kids to Never Ending Story this evening.
Ah, good
Fun
stuff.
fact: the 8-track scene can still induce childhood trauma. Godspeed.
I watched that movie a lot as a kid. I don't remember much of it.
Artax. I mispronounced that.
Bonettos. Oh yeah, I think this is where we stopped our stream. We had kind of just gotten here, so this sort of works out.
Real shit sandwich.
But enough about Chipotle. All right.
Ichnosis, or whatever. Have you ever read the 3 Body Problem book series?
On in, Mac. I don't bite. I got all different kinds of instruments. Depends on
Smokes!
what kind of tune you want your
Painkillers!
folks to dance
Drugs!
to.
Med kit, body armor, pocket pistol, fits special.
I don't
How much
like
money I
that
got?
one.
I'm.
No,
You
Mary,
won't
as a
get
matter
a
of fact,
better
maybe not for a couple of
deal
weeks.
anywhere else.
Well, I have to go underground, you know, like gophers and communists.
I think I'll get me a 1911, folks.
You would
2
never
World
believe where I found
Wars.
that one.
All right, there.
Excellent. Superb selection. Good luck with that one, pal. I don't do refunds.
No room in inventory. What? Can you? How do you drop shit? Ah, there we are. Actually, the lead
See
pipe's
you
probably the
later.
better way to go.
And remember,
There we
no
go.
cops.
Give me a spare
Welcome
clip.
back. What can I help you with
Not a
today?
clip.
Have you ever read the 3 Body Problem book series?
I've never heard of it.
And Joseph Young said, just got home this week after evacuating from
And
3
remember,
wildfires
Copper's ass.
surrounding our
I
house.
don't know.
Where are you at?
You don't
Stressed
know
and
me.
exhausted, but glad I'm home in time for an arcade stream. Big thanks to
You bring some dough
Spokane FD for stopping them. And I swear to God, as a kid, I thought it was Spokane. Not Spokane.
Isn't it Spokane?
Spokane?
Yeah. I don't think it's Spokane.
I can promise you. Excellent.
Thank
you're-
you.
Hey.
Superb selection.
Joseph, if you are actually from the area, can you tell us in the chat, how do you pronounce that shit?
Spokane.
Spokane.
Get out there and stir up.
I
some-
swear to God, as a kid on the news, they would pronounce it Spokane.
What?
Yeah, that's where I heard it first. Carols, thank you for the 20.
Yeah, it does depend. I don't know. There's certain words, man, that depending on where you were raised, they're just going to be pronounced a certain way. Every
Yeah.
time I say Appalachian, people are like, "It's Appalachian." Dude, all my teachers growing up,
like we say-
Appalachian Mountains.
We say Prescott.
Well, yeah, that's because we're from here.
Yeah, we're from here, so well, you're from here.
Yeah, I'm from here.
But I know you guys say Prescott,
Mm-hmm.
and other people outside of the
You
state,
mean the rightful capital of Arizona, Prescott?
and other people from the outside would say Prescott.
Yeah. Other people, wrong people.
Correct.
Do I see you later tonight?
No, Mary, as a matter
Wow,
of
that one's
fact,
coming up
maybe
in a
not
while.
Yeah, no
for weeks.
kidding.
Why?
Maybe
No, I
if
have
I
to go
reset a
underground,
few,
you know, like gophers and communists.
There.
I'll do that right now. Let me read one real quick. Ian Carroll's, I've been buying some of the Dynamite Shadow comics at my local comic book store, but I'm wondering if there's a collection that's a really good starting point for the character. Also, Star Trek Elite Force 1 and 2 win, damn it.
The best way to start, good little origin story kind of thing, is The Shadow Year One, and that is collected in both hardcover and softcover, and it's a good introduction to the character. Actually, shoot, I made 2 videos about this that I highly recommend, still 2 of my favorite videos. Enter the Shadow and Deeper into the Shadow. So, Enter the Shadow is kind of an introduction, and as the name suggests, Deeper into the Shadow is, hey, you're into the character, here's some more cool stuff.
Stupid me. I forgot to set a price amount. There, it's on now.
Where is I?
I had it set to random. It's fixed.
Alright.
John Stewart Killer visited the World War II Museum in Nolans 2 weeks ago.
Oh, yeah?
Been listening to Big Band and watching Noir since then. This is a great end to the weekend.
Yeah, see? Yeah.
What do you mean? This is the start of the weekend. It's Friday.
You gonna sing the song? No?
God, I'm hoping you got another one in mind, because the only one that's coming up is It's Friday, Yep. Whatever. Oh, God.
Oh, in the head!
I hate that song.
You mugs! You mugs! Death to mugs!
Oh, God.
In the face! I like how the guy no-sold a gunshot to the face. Meow, see, meow.
Hey, who's there?
Mercenary X, I was forced to watch a Never-Endry story a lot as a kid.
A Dennis Nedry story.
Yes. The nothing is what scared me more than anything. Even the wolf puppet at the end.
Whoa. Okay, there's a guy up there on the fire escape. Hey, what would they call that? That in old-timey lingo, Taryn? Do you know?
What?
I only know this because I read pulps, and it confused the shit out of me every time I read it. Fire tower. What they used to call it.
I thought a fire tower was a thing that they, that firemen actually used to practice putting out fires in tall buildings. Like, they would have it standing next to the fire department and use it for practice.
I don't think so.
You're letting me loose?
Fire escapes get called a fire tower, or the staircases that are like enclosed on the side of skyscrapers, right? Where you can see out while you're going up. San Francisco has a lot of those.
Oh. Okay.
Are called fire.
Acacia.
Oh, this game looks so rad.
In light of recent events, would you agree that Nintendo was onto something backing out of that Sony all those years ago?
Out of the, no, I would say no, because they missed out on the CD-ROM thing, which was big for a minute. I do think it's kind of exaggerated that is that Anne Frank? I can clue you in on where she's at. Hope you have a shovel. Anyway. Sorry, repeat that question?
It seems incomplete. Nintendo was onto something backing
he's
out
talking
of
about
that.
He's talking about that.
Sony
They missed
deal?
out on the CD-ROM thing, which I doubt very much they wanted. Right? It did hurt them in the shorter term. Nintendo 64, though I believe it is a better console than the PS1, no, it did wind up sucking hind teat, as they say. Wind up a few cards short of a deck.
Primarch Vulcan, when the Shadow enters public domain on January 1st, do you have any plans to do your own Shadow comic? I would back that on Kickstarter instantly.
Not a comic, but I want to do a fully illustrated pulp series. And I have a title picked out, and I know what the first several stories are going to be, and I've even started some of the outlining process. And I'll have some pretty cool announcements on that front pretty soon here. But first, we got to get Ghost of the Badlands 2 out, which I'm working on diligently.
Ultros.
In fact, you guys might hear an announcement on that much sooner than you think.
Ultros, I saw your X exchange. Why does the woke right remain convinced the only way to combat communism and socialism is with nationalism and fascism?
Because it's a surrender that's been presented as an antidote. It's a poison that's been presented as an antidote. Fascism is a surrender to authoritarian socialism. And of course, more than that, even in practical terms, fascism never repels communism. It is at best inconstant at repelling communism. Because if you look throughout history, shoot, we got Molotov cocktails in here. Look up the Molotov-Ribbentrop Act, which the loopy bint that I was arguing with missed that reference because she's retarded and gets all her politics from memes. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Act was the alliance between Hitler and Stalin ahead of World War II, or during World War II, the Non-Aggression Pact. So communists and Nazis literally allied, which means by association, so did fascist Italy and on and on. So fascists and communists do cooperate. In fact, when that happened, look up some of the propaganda that came out of communist Russia or even American communists. They called Nazis brothers in socialism. They called fascists brothers in socialism. They can be allies. It's you, it's me that they want dead. Fascists don't give a shit about communists. They're pretending to be anti-communist. It's why you notice if you're too diligent in exposing communists, you become a target of the Spurg right. Do you notice this? I mean, what did James Lindsay do originally? What's his whole freaking channel? Reading communist texts and exposing what they believe. That's what his whole channel and all, he does these long video essays where he'll literally just read a communist text and talk about what it actually believes. And that pisses off the Spurg right. Why? Oh, right, because they're authoritarian socialists, and throughout history, they have allied with communists. Fascism isn't a solution, it's a surrender. History's clear as crystal on this. Fascism either ushers in communism in its rise or in its decline. And it's happened again and again and again. Hey, I was wondering. All right, cool.
That needs to be a video, I think.
It probably does. It probably does. I've wanted to do... I mean, I did a video called... what was it called? It was on Benito Mussolini, like the shadow of the black shirts, and it was talking about the similarities between the tactics of the black shirts and Antifa. And that's not an accident.
Sea Striker. Thoughts on the rumors the next Xbox being totally backwards compatible with all Xbox games? Too good to be true or hopeful?
It's a great selling point, man. It's a great selling point. I don't think Series X emphasized enough how much backwards compatibility they had. Again, they had physical discs. You could literally slide your Xbox One and original Xbox and 360 discs, and if the game was supported, which not enough games were, but a lot of them were, then yeah, you were good to go. Painkillers! Ooh, what's this?
Shlomo Bagelstein. We were hiring a student worker where I work this week. On one resume, the kid's name was Joshua. But I kid you not, he wrote that he prefers to be called Shadow.
What? Let me guess, Sonic fan.
Oh no.
I bet you. I bet you. Thanks for screwing up search results for the greatest pulp character of all time, by the way, Sega. With your stupid edgelord hedgehog. Alright.
Ghost Wolf.
Good luck Googling anything Shadow.
Requesting prayers for my 100-year-old grandmother who passed away earlier last Saturday morning, and my 102-year-old grandfather who's
grief!
Been in and out of consciousness since.
Oh, man.
That's gotta be so difficult.
Good run, though.
Yeah.
Whoa, I almost got hit
how
by a
long
truck.
were they, how long were they married? But, prayers all
In a
the same.
vehicle and a junkyard. Yeah, I think I had just gotten to the junkyard in our last playthrough. So let's get over there, huh? Is that the junkyard? That might be the junkyard over there.
Snitch.
Look at these mooks.
There was enough evidence to put her husband away for life. I expected her to sing like a canary, but she clamped up harder than a doctor pleading the fifth.
She was stitched up tighter than a Scotsman's wallet. All right. Oh, oh dear.
That stupid son of a bitch got what he deserved. He knew what was coming.
What do we got here?
I'm starving. I could go for a bite later. Take a hike. Take a hike, man.
Death, Hellraiser. I've been getting into Asterix the Gaul.
Thought you had a fight.
Yikes! Uh-oh. Oh, that would be when I run out of ammo.
Things are looking up for me. Not so much.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I've been getting into Asterix the Gaul and wanted some other BD like it.
Smurfs is a BD, believe it or not, and similar in style. Tauntaun in terms of the globe trekking kind of thing. And of course, they have a standalone Obelix comic or BD series. The believe it or not, the Mickey Mouse comics out of France and Belgium are similar in style, but gorgeous art too. The Disney comics, like, dude, if Disney were handled in America the way that it is in France and Belgium, Disney would not be having the problems it has today. France and Belgium and Italy objectively are handling Disney properties better than Disney.
Yeah, you were the one saying that Mickey Mouse BD was gorgeous.
It's unbelievable. Where'd you come from?
Hey, that's the guy.
What are they? What is that?
Here it comes. Welcome to Switchblade City, tough guy. Bam, look at just what you're gonna do with that. Yeah, that's more like it.
Oh yeah?
I warned you. I thought you had.
Give me that. What is that? Is that a revolver? Ah, it's a revolver. I want my automatic. 38 special, that ain't gonna work. Later, jerk.
Get an ass.
Sweet. That's the thing about France, man. In America, kids' comics are just non-existent. It's kind of an untapped market, to tell you the truth. And when people come out with a really good kids' graphic novel that doesn't talk down to them, but it's just fun and good and funny and well-drawn, it's like they kind of out of nowhere explode because it's just an underserved market. Everybody's writing comics for crotchety old adults. But in France, man, everybody reads comics. They have comics for everyone, and everyone reads them. You go to a comic store in France, and it's just, yeah, you have your standard adolescent and older 20-something, 30-something comic readers, and then you have gray-haired grannies all over the place, and little kids. Ooh. Why, thank you. Ooh, a milkshake! I'll take it!
Trinidad,
Oh, look,
son
the
of
boys are
West.
coming to the yard. Shit.
Did you hear that Weird Al caved to the pressure and will now be self-censoring his older songs?
Oh, that's a shame. All those songs I don't like and never listen to will be censored now. Darn. Don't care. I was never a Weird Al guy at all. All right, let's see here.
Dr.
A
Admiral.
lot of my friends were, though, man. He was huge at one time. They pushed him on mainstream, like, rock radio. Remember that? You'd be listening to, like,
no.
you'd be listening to a pop station and they just play Weird Al. I don't know. This seems like a small amount of food for an adult male. I don't know.
Worst stream ever.
Dr. Admiral.
Let me pick up some coffee.
Terran appreciation post at the beginning of the stream. Gotta get my Terran stock portfolio up. That's a wise investment.
Where am I keeping that coffee cup?
Old West Gunslinger. Would you consider making a Rageaholic cinema for the John Wayne classic Big Jake?
Yeah.
Is that you, boss?
Duke versus Paladin.
Yep. Richard Boone. It's a shame. He was such a good hero in Have Gun Will Travel. But Hollywood only seemed to want to cast Richard Boone as a bad guy.
Destroy the child. Corrupt them all.
Which is weird, because, again, Have Gun Will Travel lasted a lot longer than most Westerns of that era. Most of them were 1 or 2 seasons and then canceled. Even the really good ones. Have Gun Will Travel was, what, 5, 6 seasons? Something like that was really abnormal at that time. It's no Gunsmoke.
All too easy.
What was Gunsmoke, like Simpsons number of seasons?
Joseph Young, thanks again for the 20. I've heard Spokane and Spokane.
You're amateur.
I think either works. Also, Arsonist was caught, and Judge is already trying to set him free with evaluation of competency for court.
Naturally.
There is no pit of hell deep enough for commies.
Oh, hello.
Scott Fisher. Barris said 28 Tucker could be like 92 Perot.
My balls right where they are. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Please, I hope they believe that.
Remember to wash your penis, bucko.
The guy we're after is a goddamn cripple, for Christ's sake. You know what? Fine. I'll do it.
That's our junkyard.
Matthew Pickard.
Whoa! Something blew up.
A camel, a cow, and a donkey were found wandering down a Kansas road.
Oh, yeah?
When police stopped them, the animals explained, "We got lost. We were trying to find the setup to a Norm Macdonald joke."
What? All right.
Mercenary X Weird L's parents were friends of my parents.
Oh, yeah? I just never got into it. It's like, I mean, didn't Weird Al literally start as like a shitty radio DJ who was doing like parody songs on radio? It's like Morning Zoo, but for some reason it went multi-platinum. It was just such hacky garbage that wasn't funny. I'm sorry, I just never liked Weird Al.
Richard Head. Razor, do you see Arizona returning to a reliable GOP state, or have the Democrats started to take over, looking to transplant from the Midwest, and Arizona seems like a great place for my family?
It is great. I think if we can address some of the election problems, it'll not just be reliable again. It'll, put it this way, the last election, we went 8+ points or something for Trump. Like we were supposed to be a swing state and we were just not a swing state at all. I think it depends on your candidate. Arizona GOP still has a sizable contingent that would rather a pliable Democrat be in office than a MAGA Republican. And that's really what we're dealing with. It's not that the state is going blue. Yeah. What the? What are you, blind?
Apparently.
I mean, I'm fine with it. By all means, be blind.
Master Chief. Terran depreciation post. Screw your portfolio.
He knew what was coming.
Thanks for the $10.
You all right? You okay, buddy?
No. Oh, look at you just handing out all these revolvers when I have an automatic. Okay, I'll grab the revolver at least.
Baron.
Does this have any... It has one shot. Oh, cool. It now auto-loads. I don't think it did that originally. All right, let's load her up.
Baron, in my opinion, you don't have generational entertainment like BD in the US because we segregate by age. Kids don't like old shit. Thoughts?
America definitely has a thing, and this is a cultural thing, where new good, bad, old bad. Whether it's movies or music. It's less so the case in the age of the internet, though. Back in the day, man, in America, if it was like any older than 10 years or something, like in entertainment, in, you know, whatever, any entertainment field, the American public wasn't interested. Shit. But now I don't think that's as much the case. Whereas in Europe, man, or at least in France, okay, new thing comes out, we dig the new thing. Hey, look, anime came out. France is among the most ravenous readership of anime, or manga, rather. And yet they continue to buy French books because the French books are better. But they're good, right? Why would you get rid of one because something else shows up? Here in America, I do still think we have this problem, and you see it on social media. Oh, to hell with Western entertainment, give me that manga. They, like, forsake one for the other. You can have both. You don't have to choose between one or... You don't have to choose between having that, you know, numerical, volumed kind of stories, like in manga, and having more realistic Western-style art. Like in Western comics, you can just buy European books. Get both. It looks like this might be the only way in. Thought maybe from this little irrigation trench. But no. Ugh, I'm phasing through things. Okay, well... I don't have anything to blow those gates up with.
Atari Nobunaga.
Can maybe blow that up.
Whenever I look at comics at the bookstores and library, the majority of kids' comics, if they're not Big Nate, Diary of a Wimpy Kid, or rehashing of Garfield and Calvin and Hobbes, it's just stale.
Ooh, that killed a lot of people.
They look like goons to you?
All right. Gimme.
John Stewart Killer, what are your go-to swashbucklers?
Ooh.
The Seahawk has great use of light and shadow in the closing duel.
Swashbucklers. Some of the Errol Flynn, Robin Hood, Mark of Zorro, the 40s one, Tyrone Power, and the 90s. The 90s Zorro, was it Mask of Zorro? Princess Bride has great swashbuckling in it. I love all that stuff. And Solomon Kane, damn it, has great swashbuckling. Of course it does. All right. Those are... Oh! That's the C4. Well.
Okay, Jeff. Fascism and communism is like Nickelback and Creed.
Yeah.
They're both terrible. But one is gonna make people angrier than the other. I don't think I've ever heard it put that way. Mercenary X.
Oh.
I'm gonna say I met Weird
I thought you were
Al.
I thought you were like, I'm gonna say it.
They can
Oh.
see something right over there.
I met Weird Al, and my sister got to meet him, but I was
Where'd he
never
go?
allowed, and I still hate that.
You
What?
little dick.
I loved and still do Weird Al. Then again, I am autistic. And you also refuse to type your fucking chats. Keep using that fucking broken ass voice to text feature on your fucking phone while you're making deliveries. I'm sorry. I'm just being bitter. Sea Striker, why are so many teachers and nurses either idiots, perverted witches, or psychopaths bragging about hurting people?
I've talked about this a fair bit. I think a big reason why there's so much sexual abuse and whatnot in schools now by teachers. I mean, this has happened throughout history, but the reason why it's become there's a bit more in the way of ubiquity is because a lot of the current crop of teachers didn't want to be teachers. They are using teaching as plan B after their underwater basket weaving degree doesn't pan out for them. Wonder of wonders. So they have they basically didn't mature. They're still mentally in high school. So now they're teaching high school and they're surrounded by, you know, the freaking girls. She's probably, you know, 22, 23 or something, having graduated, because teaching degrees are not that hard to get compared to some other degrees. And so she's still imagining that she's in that age bracket. It's a perfect storm. And then you get into their funky ideas of gender, and they think freaking 5-year-old kids can be trans. Dude, you're asking for a hurting on that. So half of these broads have just unresolved issues from freaking high school, and they're basically imposing them on a bunch of innocent kids. The hell? What's that? Oh, it's a barber chair. All right. Put Owen Schroyer in that, I'm thinking. You didn't see anything. See?
Some weird Hey, wake up.
Stupid. Right in the ass. Love this game. Save. Who would have thought?
Norm
Freaking
L, man.
40s Deus Ex would come around. Who would have thought? How did I not see this? How retarded am I? I did not know. See what I mean? 40s Deus Ex. That's a classic Deus Ex level design.
Normal man. Best instance of an actor who usually plays a protagonist playing a villain character and vice versa.
Kind of a bad movie, but Robin Williams in 1 Hour Photo. Alright, let's see here.
Nothing hits like a good
Ball carry. I'll get to it when I get to it, man.
Ooh,
Don't worry.
A little rifle clip there? That's an actual clip.
Scott Fisher, which actors ruin movies for you with their TDS?
Actually, before I move off of that one, Fred McMurray in Double Indemnity, one of the greatest film noir, maybe the greatest film noir of all time. he was Mr. Good Guy in Hollywood. The Nutty Professor, you know, he was too wholesome. And he was worried when he took the role that it was like, oh man, I'm going to ruin my career because I'm like the clean-cut, all-American dad kind of character. I'm like Ward Cleaver, basically, before Ward Cleaver. And Billy Wilder's, and Raymond Chandler too, are like, hey, you can be this shitbag salesman who winds up killing a husband to get with this dad. And he's like, I think it's going to be good for my career. And they finally persuaded him, and he did it. And of course, he was amazing. He was amazing in it. So that's probably a good one. He's the protagonist of the film, but he's objectively a villain. All right. And for that matter, Barbara Stanwyck in that movie is the same way. She had been an ingenue up until that point. And she did not want to do it. She thought it would ruin her career being like this spider lady. And Billy Wilder said, and I quote, "Are you an actress or a mouse? Are you going to do, you know, are you actually going to act, or are you just going to be cubbyholed your entire career?" And so she did it. Damn.
Thargos. Oh, actually, no. There was the one after that. Oh, never mind. Thargos. I assure you it's Spokane and not Spokane.
Yeah.
Spokane!
All right. Sorry.
A lot of ghosts. Yeah! A lot of ghosts tonight. Ghost Wolf.
Ghost Wolf.
My grandparents were married 80 years. My God. It's been 80 years. So they got married in their 20s. And have been together since now they're in their hundreds.
Awesome.
That's a hell of a thing, man.
So bored.
How do I open this? I can't
Michael
open the damn
McLeod.
skylight.
Speaking of comics,
Oh,
is
shit.
Silver Age Daredevil worth reading?
Yeah, some of it is. The hell happened? They blew themselves up.
This damn sweater is so damn itchy. Some weird shit going on.
That's one thing I don't miss from the 40s, which I absolutely lived through. Itchy clothing. People don't think about these things. I want to go back in time. I want to live in that time and place. Okay, but every single sweater is itchy, and you need to understand this. I remember my grandpa's hand-me-downs. His freaking 40s guy sweaters.
No, I had those as a kid too.
Dude.
I hated it.
Brutal. And blankets too are the same way.
Stream ever.
It's the reason I don't like wearing sweaters or wool. Because in my mind, it's still the old days when that shit was itchy as fuck.
Yeah. Maybe the Pharisaical Jews had it right. Shouldn't be adding wool to your wardrobe. Uh-oh.
I think I seen something right over there.
Can I get it? Oh, no.
Well, if it isn't Thane in the butt.
Oh, there. Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Who taught you how to fight, your mother? Was that supposed to hit you?
You what? What'd you say about my mother?
Phantasmo. Hey boys, any opinions on Spider-Man? Recent movies or otherwise?
I have not watched the recent movies. I know the new one is blowing up, probably just because it's the first non-shit superhero movie in a long time. Like I said, I think my prediction that we were pretty much, what happened here?
There we go.
Oh, I dropped it. That's what happened. Jeez. My prediction that we were basically out of the superhero film genre, and basically the only properties that we're going to be able to make money from here on out are like the big ones. Spider-Man, Batman, Superman, maybe X-Men. I don't think your Iron Mans are going to be making any money. I don't think you're going to have another Ant-Man. You may not even have another Hulk. You're pretty much just going to have the big ones. And when they're good, they're going to make a lot of money. And that's how it was in the 80s. That's how it was in the 90s. That's the norm. Not having New Mutants films that nobody wants. And that's probably for the best. Let's be real, guys.
That one was such a disappointment. It took place all in one area. You could tell it was limited on the fucking budget. The main bad guy is supposed to be Sinister, but instead it's just some doctor chick that you have no idea who she is or what she does or whatever.
Oh.
I'll say this for that movie though. Anna Taylor-Joy as Magic is like...
Get the hell out of here!
Was perfect casting.
Stay down, asshole.
Oh, I see. I had to waste all those guys or he wasn't gonna let me in. I thought I could just sneak in.
Southpaw Zero. Good evening, Doppelkreuz Biss and Ter Han Gelhart. Do Tears and Rain with your most old-timey transatlantic noir voice.
Oh my gosh. Tears and Rain with a wow, like, whoa. Yeah, Tim, yeah, I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Palooka's on fire off the shoulder of San Francisco. I've watched dames that thought they were fellas. All these moments.
Thanks for dealing with those crooks. And what can I say?
The Phil Lamar?
These dumb mugs didn't stand a chance. Who's the stiff?
Oh, him. He's the punk who started this mess.
No, he's not Phil Lamar.
Like a stuck pig.
It's just a normal
Him
black
and his
guy.
pals were on the run from those other mugs outside and thought it
So
would be a
Phil
good
Lamar's
idea
not a
to
normal
hide
black
in
guy?
my
No.
The ones hunting him showed up, demanding
Oh my god, he doubled down!
I had half a mind to, but
Watch me triple, sunshine.
last time I checked, this is my goddamn junkyard, and I'm not gonna have some mob assholes shove me around without a fight.
Yeah, you look like you're capable of defending
More of
yourself.
Those dirtbags showing up any minute now. I've made some nasty little surprises for you. Grab a couple and just put them on a smooth surface, and let the tripwire do the rest.
Oh, this part.
Just be careful not to blow yourself.
Ooh.
Devious smile.
Ooh.
Talking about Western comics, I used to love the Italian series Dylan Dog. That was years ago. I don't know if now has changed for the modern audience.
What just happened?
You got blown
Oh,
up.
something else blew up right next to it, I guess. Something else was next to it that hadn't exploded yet. Maybe an oil barrel or something.
Chain gun gang. Got a question. Do you reckon if the entire Biden leadership was just Obama's coveted and rumored ideal third term?
Oh, absolutely. Biden wasn't, I mean, come on. That wasn't the Biden administration. We're all hip to this.
Get the hell out of here!
Also, possible 2008 estate crash and CV-19 plus U.S. election connection.
CV-19.
COVID?
Oh, what do we have here?
Oh, do we think that the election was that COVID was pushed in order to be able to defraud the election? Absolutely. I mean, I think anyone who was paying attention could see that the lockdowns were extended and the threat exaggerated so that they would have an excuse to have the highest mail-in ballot percentage in history because mail-in ballots are prone to fraud. They did a dress rehearsal in 2018 with a regular amount of mail-in ballots, and they were able to defraud some races, but not all of them. So, hey, I know what we need to do. We need to gas up the mail-in ballots. If we do that, we're set. Correct. I've called many times the 2018 election the dress rehearsal for 2020. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
El DeGusto, Sweet Dr. Roscoe reference, Broham.
What's up?
Sweet Dr. Roscoe reference, Broham.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Normal man. Why are American comics pigeonholed into, I think he means pigeonholed into superheroes? Is it just because of the comics code, or is there something else?
We infantilized our comics a long time ago. We infantilized it not just in genre, but in terms of art form. You know, in France, for example, they see it as a legit art form that goes back a long time.
You're letting me loose?
I mean, put it this way. In America, Mobius sells a few comics. Miyazaki sells a few movie tickets. In France, the two of them had an exhibition at the Louvre, right? And the French government invests in comic book production, so it legitimizes it further. We don't do that in America. We really don't. Just a cultural aversion to it.
And Atari Nobunaga, thank you for the 20.
Uh-oh.
Get those goons. Do you think cyberpunk as a concept has been misused by bad writers and artists to push for communism? I believe it's something more philosophical than that to begin with.
Man, I don't know. Cyberpunk starts with some of those late 70s French comics. Some of those were written by people who were somewhat sympathetic to communism. Enki Bilal, for example, his father was a communist and an expatriate who had to flee to France from Croatia, I think it was, because he was too outspoken a communist. He was basically a political refugee. So there's some of that bullshit in there. But Enki Bilal's cyberpunk comics mock communists, too. So it's kind of soft socialist, I guess, is how I would describe it politically. So some of those, yeah, those were the preamble to sort of cyberpunk. But I mean, the Long Tomorrow, I would not say has much of a political outlook, and that was a huge inspiration for Blade Runner. And Blade Runner, if it has a political outlook, not particularly left-wing. Sid Mead, who did the visual futurism for Blade Runner, was also, because he was an industrial designer, he did a lot of demography and stuff. So one of the reasons there's so many Chinese people and Latinos and black people and whatever in Blade Runner is because he was projecting the population trends into the future. It's one of the reasons Blade Runner was so controversial when it came out. People were like, why is there wall-to-wall Chinese and Japanese and and Latinos, and why are all the signs in Spanish? And it's because Sid Mead knew where the demographics were going 20 years before we saw some of them. And in that sense, Blade Runner wound up being pretty bang on, except that it didn't predict that China's population would ultimately contract, which it should have.
Yeah, do androids dream of electric sheep? Yeah.
That it?
Ben, Razor, did you get a chance to check out the new Fire Emblem game that is way more like Three Houses and less like Engage?
Not yet, no.
Its Nintendo Direct is 22 minutes. Oh, cool.
You
I
know,
know you're hiding somewhere.
Oh?
Boss says it's... Huh?
Overkill. New Joker is tripe. Best Joker is Bosnian Joker.
How'd you like that, huh?
Alright, there we go. Bosnian Joker. What's that? The Joker that dances on 9/11?
John Horn.
Ooh,
thank you for the money.
donuts! Oh man, this is making me crave donuts.
I want some donuts.
I know, I don't...
We should order donuts.
I didn't get this svelte by eating lots of donuts.
Nothing hits like a good cup of joe.
Thank you for the 20. Kane, Alucard, Arthas, Geralt, Dritz, Griffith. Can you think of any more Elric-inspired characters?
What's the guy from WoW? Arthas, or what's his name? Malice Darkblade from Warhammer's a total Elric ripoff. He's a camera negative Elric. There's a number of them. Shoot, the character from Hellboy 2.
Oh yeah.
That guy's like a bit of an Elric ripoff. Incidentally, I think Guillermo del Toro's expressed interest in doing an Elric movie in the past.
Oh, Johnny Be Good, why'd you have to say that? Making my first brisket tonight. Wish me luck.
Ooh.
Yeah, I want this.
You son of a bitch. And you so you're bringing it over, right? All right, there we go.
Jigs Dino God.
Still one of my favorite stories.
Huh.
From Metal Mythos Iron Maiden. Freaking Maiden were touring so much, and Bruce Dickinson was out of his mind. He was just touring every single night. He was not thinking rationally. And he just has a psychological break. And he's in the middle of America somewhere, you know, LA or something like that. And he's like, I need a curry. And the manager's like, okay, whatever. There's probably a curry place down the way. He's like, no, you don't understand. I need a curry from India. It's like, what? We're in like the Midwest in America. Where are we gonna get a freaking curry from India? He's like, you don't understand. If I don't get a curry from India, I'm not going on stage. I'm not. Like, so they charter a private plane.
Wow.
To go fly to India and get authentic curry with all the feces chunks intact in it and bring it back. Of course, it's cold. It's gonna be shitty. You're gonna have to keep it in like an ice chest anyways. Like, what are you even doing? It costs freaking tens of thousands of dollars or however much. And freaking Bruce Dickinson's like, I thought in the moment, like, I needed a curry. I'm gonna have a curry. And then I saw the bill.
Thanks for dealing with them crooks. I don't know.
World's most expensive curry.
Right.
Threatening a man in
Most expensive temper tantrum.
Next thing you know, they'll start going after little old ladies, bombing orphanages. No respect. No
That's
surrender.
Antifa's job.
I need to get you out of here. Nightwave said you might have an old jalopy around here we can use to make
Oh,
our getaway.
jalopy. My favorite kind of jalopy.
I got something better than that. Go take a look in the shack around back. He's the key.
The shack around back. I'm a poet and didn't know.
Jigs Dino God, nice hat. Wearing it canted like you should.
Yeah, see? Yeah.
Dr. Admiral, can you do the reciting Hank Hill, calling Peggy a loser?
Loser! You're a loser! You're gonna cry like a baby? Run on home to mommy now! Oh, Peggy, you're not supposed to cry. I don't...
Mercenary X, if you want T-Cell, I can give you my DoorDash referral so you can start delivering coffee to Razor. Save up to move out of the Queensboro Bridge.
Ah, yeah.
Normal, man. I have been to a university that had a large education department, and I can tell you, a lot of education majors had no business being teachers.
Yep. Alright, so where's our shed at? Is it that? At the shed?
And Snicks. Favorite?
Oh.
Hell, did your mom feed you?
Oh! You what, mate? That is a very large man. This is unacceptable.
Should have saved that gun.
I know. This is not gonna do. I need to grab this.
Well, what do we have here? Oh, nuts.
Shit! Nigga, what? Hey, thanks for the hammer. I'm wielding Peter Gabriel.
Snicks, favorite degree jokes is from the Addams Family movie. Interviewer, any college degrees? Morticia, spells and hexes. Interviewer, so liberal art?
This will make the job easier.
M308 gunner. Okay, most critical thoughts about the Record of Lodoss War Deedlit game. Worth plunking down cash for a physical copy?
Absolutely. If you like Metroidvania games, it's fantastic. It's such a great game. Yeah, that's the great thing about it. It's not just a Record of Lodoss War game. It's actually really good. We streamed it a couple of times. We streamed
back when it was in early access and then for the release.
Yeah, when it came out, we finally did like a full stream of it and got our ass kicked by a couple of dragons. As you do.
Jegs Dino
Mickey
God,
makes them pay.
with the NFA on its way out,
Looks like it.
you can get a proper Tommy gun and drop the forced reset trigger in it like a real gangster. Then go broke shooting 45.
Yeah! Bro, I already go broke with 45. That's a foregone conclusion. What's this?
Brandon Whitley. Been really getting into some Vincent Price movies and radio dramas lately. Even the non-horror stuff. The Saint is great. Really funny.
We need to watch the Invisible Man movie where he plays the Invisible Man.
Eldegusto, Terra New Mongoloid, it's Dr. Rockstove. Razor did a Metalocalypse reference. I know that. I fucking watch that show more than he does. Jegs Dino God, I wish we...
I'll do spooking!
Yeah!
I love how that's only making fun of Axl Rose. It's just him.
You guys got any cocaine? I wish we'd stop making comics that with that digital coloring. It always looked awful, especially in glossy paper.
I agree.
Even from good artists, I don't like it.
It depends. There were 1 or 2 digital colorists who could make it sing. Justin Ponsor was like one of 2 people who could make it not look like shit.
Charging into a goblin's nest to not get some goblin vomit and slop and blood on him.
But yeah, very rare is the occasion that digital coloring looks any good. If the digital artist is real good with it and real painterly, they can get away with it. George on Ghost of the Badlands, of course, he's a digital artist, so he colored it digitally, which I am... You guys know I don't like digital coloring. I don't even really like color comics.
There we go.
But I knew he was so good at coloring that it wouldn't matter. And I was right. Yay. Okay, let's talk to Wheels here.
Mercenary X, I see that same cultural aversion to comics that I see with people like Gavin McGinnis. They just want to absolutely throw away culture.
They infantilize it, and it's so stupid because at this point, look at all the things that started in comics that are cultural institutions. Like, and not just superhero stuff. That's the thing about French comics is whenever I mention it, it's like, French comics? I never heard of any of that. And then I'll rattle off a few things that they had no idea started in French comics. Smurfs and the death of Stalin is based on a bande dessinée. And they're like, what? Really? I didn't even know that was based on a comic.
Exactly.
And why is that able to happen? Because in France, they don't really put limits on it. And the thing I love about freaking France is they'll make a comic about anything. Anything. Right? And any genre. Yeah, Westerns are huge over there, and fantasy, and they even like superheroes, right? But there's a comic recently that was about the guy who invented the stock market. And it was huge! And it's great! Beautiful art! Incredible! Well written! It'll probably be an HBO drama someday. That's what I'm talking about. Like, they'll just make a comic about any, as long as it's good. That's the only rule.
Conspicuous.
Don't need to be non-conspicuous when she's got a top speed of 200 miles per hour. Ain't no other car in this town that can go that fast.
Here we go! We driving? So this is the Batmobile.
I want one. You know, occasionally I do look for classic cars.
There we go. See?
I do look for those classic cars.
Yeah, see? No. We had just gotten to the hideout, right? I think so.
Thanks for grabbing Blake. Hopefully those scumbags didn't shake things up too much for you.
Like a martini. Nabbed us a vehicle. Should be a good replacement for that old clunker.
Nicely done. We can leave.
Maybe one day we'll have a cash for
Check in with
clunkers
Blake
program.
first, though. He said he may have something for you. You can meet me in the garage when you're ready.
Intrinsic Dark. Evening, guys. Today, the Lord allowed me to see another full year of life. Gonna relax this weekend, but enjoy the stream tonight. Godspeed to all.
Ooh.
And
he's a greyhound.
Happy birthday.
I had a greyhound. They're great dogs.
Leave her alone, Mike.
KJ, what's your favorite Kirby game?
Superstar. Love it.
Of the admittedly two I've played, Forgotten Land is mine.
Got wind of something big happening across town, and I'll be out for a few days to check it out. Let me be clear. Let me be clear.
What a shame.
I don't need backup. What I need is for you to stay here and wait for me. You've done great work uncovering that lead. I know you're eager to find her. I am too, but you've already dug up everything useful. We can okay. All right. Oh my gosh. The freaking Dick Tracy mug. I love it.
That is literally Dick Tracy.
It's just Dick Tracy. I need this mug. I need this mug.
Does
in
Fallen
real
Aces,
life.
Does Fallen Aces have like a merch store somewhere?
Oh, they should. They should.
I'm Bad Wrench says, Tuesday my dad texted me, I want to buy an M14. Clang.
Yep.
Sea Striker, not just comics, America has infantilized animation.
Oh yeah, that too.
We have such a rich and...
Dude, we're the OGs of mainstream animation. France loves our animation. Japan loves our animation. Belgium loves our animation. Italy loves our animation. We hate our animation. Oh, it's only for kids. We're going to computer animate from here on out. And idiots. absolute morons.
It's one of the styles that our own and that's our own.
Yes.
And so many think unless it swears, shows sex, and does drugs, it's just for kids.
Hey, thanks again for pulling me out of that jam back there.
Don't mention it.
Can't, because now I'm out of a job. Fixing cars ain't in the cards when someone out there is knocking off all the
Also, I'm a
players.
darky in the
Hey,
40s.
If there's a game, I'm in.
Welcome to the club, then.
All right.
Nightwave said you got something for me.
Oh yeah. See, I used to be the unit's quartermaster. Know my way around gadgets. If you need some new toys to handle those goons, I'm your man.
That sounds like
Whipped up a few
Frylock.
things already if you're looking to put them to good use. Finding parts for this stuff ain't cheap, so if you throw some dough my way, I'd be much obliged.
No, I don't think so. I'm not hearing it.
Well, they all sound the same. Handicap people, I mean.
Right. Right. So look up Frylock.
Well, he's having some problems. I don't know if you've heard.
He's had problems for a while. I really hope he's okay. Carrie Mean. Let's see, what has he done recently?
And I'm Poe. I ain't got no money for no ammo pouch.
I'll be seeing you.
No, I'm not seeing aces here anywhere. Shlomo
I
Bagelstein.
love it. Freaking Shadow reference. He's got his freaking radio microphone and all his communication equipment.
China's population might suddenly contract by about 100 million, depending on whether or not a certain dam there fails in the near future.
Right.
I've heard the predicted death toll is supposed to be more like 45 million. Not that that's, you know, any better, but... MC Corleone, seeing Angel at Whiskey's Go-Go. 70s hard rock band.
Yeah, the hard rock band from back in the day.
The real Doggo War. And that Curry story right there is why so many rock stars end up broke.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, it's probably why Bruce Dickinson wound up flying his own planes. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna spend that money ever again. I'm gonna fly my own shit around.
A private jet just here in the U.S. right now costs like $30,000. I can't imagine a private jet, even back then, to India.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit.
Yep. It seemed to make sense at the time.
CTC, greetings, lads. Razor, can you do Dutch Vanderlyn as Peppy Hair?
Use the boost to get through, Arthur! That's a cop. I shot a cop. I mean, you can't prove anything. You'll never take me alive, see? No.
Scott Fisher, thoughts on TCM film noirs are?
Garbage. They show good movies, but unfortunately, it always comes with attendant propaganda. Hey, did you know that these guys were supposed to be gay, and that guy, there's so much homosexual subtext, and oh, this character was actually trans in 1932. It's... Blow it out your ass, Eddie Muller. You absolute clown. And then he'll, like, interview somebody and just... the most strained interpretation. Yeah. Uh-oh. Ooh. Right in the kisser. Aw, missed him.
Pow, right in the kisser. Pow, right in the kisser.
Shit.
Bat Merc. What's up, guys? Will you be doing any more Shadow audiobooks or Solomon Kane?
Yes. Definitely Shadow. Definitely Shadow, because I'm almost done with one.
Greatness Incarnate, thank you for the 20.
I got 1750. That doesn't look bad. I missed some stuff and I killed some innocents, but hey, who hasn't?
Greatness Incarnate, thank you for the 20. What period of history interests you the most? For me, it's classical antiquity. Sorry I haven't donated in a while, had a schedule change, and I'm on the East Coast. Matter of fact, it's past my bedtime. Have some shekels via con Dios.
Godspeed. What period of history interests me the most? Probably late 19th century. Literature and writing, and of course the Old West of that period, and the religious history of that period, and that entire period is eternally fascinating to me. You may have noticed I tend to write in a style reminiscent of late 19th century, early 20th century. I don't like the way people talk or write today.
I would definitely say mid to late 19th century.
The period I'd like to learn about more is the High Middle Ages, which I've never jumped headfirst into in terms of history. Okay.
It would have been so cool to visit Victorian London.
Oh, you could play that shitty Assassin's Creed game.
4 hours.
Oh, yeah,
I'll
that's
believe soon enough.
exactly
You could
the
save
same.
Karl Marx. You don't want to save Karl Marx, Taryn?
More like.
Now, when you
How
say
many we still got down
save,
there?
I count 6.
Save pieces of him in your refrigerator.
Sit tight. Wait for an opportunity.
Yeah, well, they're sure taking their sweet old time.
Yeah,
about
sweet old time.
Don't like that. A lit cherry is a surefire way to blow our cover.
it. So you bring anything to eat?
Shut up.
It's murder in the moonlight.
You stay with the car. I don't need your bum arm slowing me down.
Oh my God.
Along the sleep edge.
They gave me a Green Hornet gun.
Cinch.
that's a gas gun?
Oh, Mage Leader just finished in his pants. It's even got the little hornet on the side. That's amazing. Oh, man, what a great game.
The Last Quincy, what's your thoughts on the $20 burrito debate that's on X recently?
If you're spending... Okay, some burrito places can be a little expensive, but what the hell? Like, Filiberto's out here, their price has gone up. It still ain't $20 or even in that neighborhood.
That's because these assholes are having their fucking food delivered. It's
Yes.
the delivery cost.
It's delivery cost, most likely, and it's probably shit like Chipotle. Which is not burritos, by the way.
Yeah.
Not a fucking burrito. If it's served with arugula, it's not a burrito. That's the LL Bean Burrito Company, you pretentious hacks.
It's not even
Which explains why
Tex-Mex.
Matt Walsh is talking about it, because people think he's like this flannel-plated America's Dad type. He's a fucking hipster. He's just wearing a beard. He's a leftist hipster, really.
Stupid asshole.
That's been the case with Matt Walsh. I don't know why people seem unaware of this.
The whole thing is bullshit.
Off the road and dump them somewhere quick.
Shlomo Bagelstein, you need to manually add texturing to digital coloring to make it look good. Else it looks bland and sterile.
Yeah.
Emperor Creatine. New.
Speaking of bland and sterile, back to Matt Walsh.
Holding garbage. Oh.
All right.
No, I'm totally down for you to keep going.
All right.
That's a short, by the way. That's been sitting in your inbox for a while.
It has been. Yeah.
I
I just didn't want to punch right at that exact moment.
What are you saving it?
I kind
Fuck
of.
him.
Kind of. The shit on Matt Walsh hour. We've been meaning to upload that for a while, but we haven't done it.
Shlomo Begelstein. Oh no, I read that one. Emperor Creatine. New from Daily Gondor.
And that looks cool.
Why insulting Sauron only makes more orc rage? We must be more tolerant of the Dark Lord of Peace. By Mulgrim Mithrilmonger.
Excuse me, Dark Lord. He's the soulful Lord, is what he.
The African American Lord.
He's the soul brother Lord. Yes. Can't take out lighter right now. Your hands are full. Okay. Yes, in case the thief DNA was not obvious, you have a blackjack.
Brendan Whitley.
That's why Thief has the blackjack. A lot of people don't realize that. It was inspired by film noir.
Do you think if you were invisible, you'd be blind? I believe technically, yes, you would be.
Huh?
On account of light has to reflect off your eyes.
Good point.
Yeah. People don't realize that if you were invisible, you couldn't see anything.
Oh my.
Jonathan Chadwell, since we're on BD, thoughts on Valerian and Loreline?
Love it. Always
Rich
did.
asshole can afford a nice big house like this, but doesn't even use any of that dough to buy some proper. Drop it.
Where'd he go?
Oh, and how bad of a soapbox it can be.
Bologna, ham, turkey Swiss, yada yada. Where's the damn gabagool?
Gabagool, he said.
I heard that.
Am I supposed to eat this thing without any condiments? Oh boy, nice dry ass sandwich.
A nice dry ass sandwich.
It's practically naked.
Hold on, do I have the freaking... I better have the subtitles on. I do. It's just not giving me them.
It doesn't do ambient.
Yeah.
You should be able to break into a dead guy's house and make a proper freaking meal without having to worry.
Yeah, but a
about the
lot of
contents
BD,
his
we just
fridge.
explained that. A lot of BD can be a bad soapbox.
I'll eat it.
What do you mean?
Communism and shit.
He's gonna be happy about it though.
Oh, I mean, I'd say it's probably less than in America. Probably because French people are so freaking lefty anyway, they don't feel the need to virtue signal as much in their comics. It's like, oh, everyone already agrees with me, so this doesn't have to be propaganda. Right?
Let's be honest, it beats dumpster diving.
So I find BD by and large is not that way.
I'm going crazy.
Stupid asshole.
I'm Bad Wrench. Did you see the effing Chicken Run stealth game?
Chicken Run stealth game? No, but man, I know people who would be into that. You know, I got to, when I was at Universal Studios, I got to see the while they were making Chicken Run. It wasn't out yet. I got to see the little clay puppets, and I went to the set.
Don't disturb my friend. He's dead tired.
And they had the little, I remember they had the big barn and all the little figurines and whatever that they had used for the movie. It was awesome. Claymation, there needs to be so much more claymation. I love claymation.
Police must have missed this. Bit of blood on the corners. This wouldn't be left behind by your average hitman.
Tharghost, is the Islamification threat overblown in the US? They're trying to make a fucking town in Texas.
Yeah, it's definitely not overblown. In fact, I would say it's underblown at this point. Although Tucker's been doing plenty of blowing Islamists, so...
Bumcrack Jones, comics in America are only as dead as Fox's dad because it's all reboots and commie nonsense. Japan has some of the right ideas, but they are sparse.
Killer must have run out of bullets and the weapon jammed. Bloody footprints, size 8.5. Tiny fella, gait's a bit off. The owner of the shoe must have either been wounded or has a slight limp.
Maltese Falcon. Love it.
Listen, the
Stuff
guy's
dreams are
dead.
made of.
He ain't gonna be missing it.
Yeah, whoever missed a Maltese Falcon, right? What are they gonna do? Make a whole movie about it? Come on.
Ash Hawk, any feelings about the cartoon Gargoyles?
I love Gargoyles.
Yeah, rewatched it and
Loved
it's aged
it.
quite well. Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
It had a lot of the same writers and creative team and stuff as Batman the Animated Series. Michael Reeves, I know, did some of the writing for him and his wife, I think. Did some of the writing for both. So it's of similar quality. We just got demonetized for the boobs on that statue. Oh. Dude, how cool is this place?
A good-sized button from a man's overcoat. Marv's everyday apparel.
Extrude Plastic Dingus. Thank you for the 20. I seriously hate American adult cartoon shows. They're all the same, too.
Yeah, they're all wannabe Simpsons.
Bumcrack Jones, thank you for the 2 extra donations. If somehow my book does good enough to be adapted for video, I plan to exclusively adapt it through 2D animation, but not CalArts Bean Mouth.
Be mindful, some of those 2D animation studios charge through the nose. I wanted to do a 2D animated trailer for Just the Badlands 1, and the studio, man, for a few seconds of animation, they wanted, like, approaching $500,000.
Jesus!
Yeah.
Yeesh. Should have asked for more dough when he hired me.
Focus, Mike. You've got a job to do. Search around the house for any clues pertaining to the murders. Those goons will looking for something, so keep your eyes peeled.
Sure, we can't take nothing.
And his second donation is, with how autistically well-informed Razor is about the Reformation, how long till we get a meme of and alert of Razor saying, Martin Luther speaks of this?
I don't know what that means.
He tried to crawl away before the killer finished him off.
Alright. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Make me puke if you keep carrying on like that.
Whoa, whoa.
Sleep tight, asshole.
Oh.
Mercenary X.
Hey, you snoozing?
Oh. Stupid light got in the way.
David J. Dixon is the mechanic's voice actor. Okay.
Charles Bronson is the mechanic. And Jason Statham is not.
Ali.
Ali.
Chain Gun Gang, do you think we will see the fall of the CCP in our lifetime? If so...
If we stop freaking doing chest compressions on Chinese communism and saving them from death every time they're teetering, yeah. They would have fallen in the 90s, right after Russia. But then Al Gore and Bill Clinton started performing fellatio on them. Right? I think we're going to go ahead and attach our economy at the hip to the communist Chinese.
How will that look?
Better than not having.
And How about our local cronies in the Fed aging out?
Shit. Okay, hold on.
It's murder in the moonlight.
Okay. I was supposed to not kill people. Let's try not killing people. If we must.
What about our local cronies in the Fed aging out? I mean, good? Ultros, why did Lindsay call Walsh a leftist?
Because he kind of is on certain things. I mean, guys, I think you're kind of forgetting this is the guy who supported Evan McMullen in 2016.
By order of the people. Wait, how's it going?
I've been saying this for a long time, but Matt Walsh is not the paragon of conservatism that people hallucinate him to be.
Even use any of that though to buy some proper cold cuts? I mean, sure, we got a little salami here, bologna, and turkey Swiss, yada yada. Where's the damn gabagool? And what? I tried it.
Bloody footprints.
Nothing happened.
Size 8.5. Tiny fella. Gait's a bit off. Owner of the shoe must have either been wounded or has a slight limp.
Oh, what is this?
Stupid asshole.
Where he came from? A little weird.
The Copper Owl.
Police must have missed this.
Okay.
A preacher and a rabbi walk into a bar. The bartender says, "Hello, I'm Chris Hansen."
Oh, yeah?
Have a seat, Mr. Daddy O'Malley and Rabbi Bill Clinton.
The weapon jammed.
Orthodox Rabbi Bill Clinton.
CTC. Greetings again. Hate how most adult content is nothing much but overuse of swearing.
Yeah, you don't...
Sex and violence.
Yeah, I mean, how much... And this is really what I hate. When people do modern noir and you're dropping F-bombs. And what dude, Spider Noir is terrible for this. Freaking, ugh. The millennial speak and the swearing and all this garbage that doesn't belong there. Like, Raymond Chandler does not use swearing. Not really. Like, he'll use some period slang. Things that we would consider swear words or epithets. Like, he'll say nigger because that's what they would say in the 30s and 40s. But he wouldn't drop in F-bombs and C-bombs, and this is not a thing.
Oh, we're so mature. Right, modern writers ain't worth their salt.
No.
Composite Frylock. Is mayonnaise noir? I don't.
Who doesn't like mayonnaise?
I don't like mayonnaise.
I don't like mayonnaise.
Not valuables.
I like chicken.
Listen,
Chicken
the
is
guy's dead. He ain't gonna be missing it.
King League. Got tired of the gayness of reality, so I'll watch this instead. Thanks.
All right. Enjoy the gayness of fake reality instead.
Aquatarius. Boomer bootstrap pulling has really been pissing me off recently.
Those goons were looking for something, so keep your eyes peeled.
Not black pillar.
I hate that phrase so much. Do you know why I hate it? Because boomers rejected that phrase and still do. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps is the greatest generation. That's what they said. And they said it against FDR. They said it against the socialist sacks of shit that fucked our country up, the effects of which you're suffering today.
So when you whine and piss your little panties about pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, you're really flipping off the generation that tried to resist FDR and failed. Which is ironic, because most of you people are stealing a phrase from that period that those people employed, which is America First. That was the organized group that was against FDR and the ascendant brand of socialism in America. Americans didn't really want the New Deal. Like, FDR forced a lot of it through after he got in. He didn't run on the New Deal so much, right? Your history professor will tell you that he did, but he really didn't. He backdoored a lot of that shit after he got in.
Huh. Nice self-portrait.
And a lot of it was really unpopular.
How pretentious can you get?
Wow, that was a Thief reference. Oh. So I need to find more clues before I can do that. I guess that's what I need to do to progress the story. Okay. I'm still looking for clues.
Oh, much love to you both, you mooks.
Godspeed, mook.
Yeah, these boomers have no awareness of the current political climate.
Well, I have almost as much contempt for boomers as I do for the people who claim to be the current political climate. We'll fucking suck Franco off and that'll solve our problems. You get the first bullet, faggot. How about that? How about blow me?
Elffinder General, what are your thoughts on Maltese Falcon, considering you don't think it's a film noir?
I think it is. It's just kind of a debatable one. It's based on a book, definitely, that is one of the books that, like, noir was based on. So noir as a genre is interesting. It's like an after effect of a literary genre. So most of the stuff that we think of as 40s noir is actually the product of the 30s. It's a bunch of books that were written in the late 20s and throughout the 30s that wound up being adapted in the 40s. And by then, one of the ascendant influences in all of cinema was expressionist lighting and set design and all of that stuff. So basically, you take the horror movie German expressionist lighting and some of the lighting of the French Romantics, and you use that to film adaptations of books like The Maltese Falcon. So the source material, the dialogue, the vibe of the plot is quintessentially noir. I'm talking about Maltese Falcon now. The way that it's filmed is not. It's crazy. It's like dull. It looks like it's shot on a sitcom set. There's not a whole lot of high contrast lighting. There's not a lot of canted angles, and like the visual language of noir is not present in the Maltese Falcon. So visually, it's not noir. Literarily, though, it is. And it's funny because modern movies that claim to be noir have the opposite problem. Spider Noir claims to be noir. It's got all the beautiful cinematography and none of the writing or vibe. Zero. -15.
Sure, we can't take nothing. No, stupid. Nobody's supposed to know we're here. What do you think the get-ups were for? Glassjaw wants us.
Given a choice, I'll take the Maltese Falcon end of that law.
So quit ogling the furnishings and get to work. If I left not to take this thing for a
Also, thoughts on the book and the two earlier film versions that preceded the Bogart one.
Yeah, they're a little more dry. They're more like crime movies and whatnot, but I love the book. I really, really love it. It's a shame Hammett started banging that communist whore and ruined his whole career because he never got back there again. Granted, he was dying of tuberculosis. His brain wasn't working, so...
I mean, that'll do it.
That will do it. So stupid, too. There was a cure for tuberculosis at the time.
Did he just not know? Was he not diagnosed?
Just didn't give a shit. He was, you know...
check that out.
He was in one of those phases where Dashiell Hammett, he was... apologize for using this word, everyone, but Al Swearingen of Deadwood says, cunt struck. He was that.
You'll apologize for that, but you said the N-word like 10 minutes ago.
I was repeating what they would say at the time. I wasn't calling someone it.
As was the style at the
It
time.
was the style at the time.
Hey, good there, pal?
Welcome to Switchblade City, tough guy.
But he was like, he didn't take care of himself. He refused to name names in front of the House Un-American Activities Committee, spent some time in prison as a result of that, and his lungs rotted away, and he was just in decline. He was drinking too much. Like, he just didn't give a shit if he survived, I think.
Yeah, the cure
there was a cure for tuberculosis at the time, and he just didn't. He did some of the treatments, I think, and just didn't follow through with it, didn't take care of himself, and died anyway.
It was 1945 is when it was available.
But honestly, his writing died long before that. Shame. Lillian Hellman was just the worst thing that ever happened to him.
Died in 61. He had plenty of time.
Sure did.
Holy.
Drop it!
The Hammett-Chandler byplay is the funniest. You want to know how biased literary critics are. You want to know how leftists have always run the entertainment industry. Music notes with 782 circled in red. 782.
The Magnum Express.
But if you want to know how biased they are, dude. Chandler winds up being prolific. Now, he's similar in that he winds up drinking himself to death and whatever. But his books were always good. Really, the only one people aren't crazy about is Playback. That's the only one, the last one. And that's actually pretty good. I like Playback. But he was consistently good, and objectively, he did Dashiell Hammett better than Dashiell Hammett. Better dialogue, better vibe, better writing, just better books. And the movies based on his books tended to be better too, right? But critics were like, they just unremittingly shat all over Raymond Chandler at the time. Oh, he's just a pulp detective writer. That's all he is. Whatever. In the fullness of time, it's obvious Chandler was the superior writer. But Hammett, they finished in their pants over. Like, they just loved him. Why? Because he's a communist. His writing wasn't better. They just gave him better reviews because he was a commie like them. That's all it was. And Chandler kind of soft called this out when he was still alive. He was a big Hammett fan. But he did resent the fact that he didn't get the same plaudits, and he deserved them.
Next.
Oh, I broke my blackjack. Thank you. What do we got here?
I love it!
Looking for one more clue. It was 762, I think, right?
The Magnum Express. Reprints of the classic
782.
Classic James Bond books are sold on the official Ian Fleming website. Do you know if these are free from censorship or other edits?
My guess would be they are not.
No.
They are.
I think
those are the modern censored versions. Go to the website I always recommend for older books and yellow paperbacks and stuff is Alibris.com. ALIBRIS.com. It's like eBay, but just for books.
Got a chalk outline here. Waltz's bodyguards. Blood spray on the wall. Probably shot through the neck.
Can't believe I haven't found all the clues yet. Thank you. I needed a Melee weapon. Let's see here. Oh. All right.
Jack White, what's a good way to explain mercantilism to people?
Explain the features of it. How it looks. A strong central bank.
What do I miss Ma's cooking?
Where that came from.
What smells like wet salami rolled in
like a good
garbage?
cup of
All right.
Joe.
Me?
The concept that we have a central bank and currency manipulation and strong protective tariffs and we have a mercantilist system. We don't have capitalism. There's a name for the system that we have. This is not a no true Scotsman fallacy. This is a categorization error. We're calling something capitalism. And why are we doing it, by the way? Why are we doing it? Because the point of capitalism is not to create a category. It was coined by communists. It's to create a pejorative. It's a negative thing for something to be. They're not interested in correctly categorizing something. They're interested in defaming something.
Man, I love hurting people.
Do drugs! It helps you win fights.
Yay, drugs. Always do drugs you just find laying around.
Yes.
By order of the
In a bathroom full of broken glass and a switchblade.
In someone else's house.
Yes. Yes. What?
Detroit
It's
Otaku.
what? Maybe it's Whitney Houston's house. What do you?
Going back to your video on obscure hair metal, one group I recommend checking out is
Judging
Giant.
by the height and shape of the body, this must be Waltz. Skewered to the wall. Seems pretty personal. Killer's got to be real strong to turn a fella into a kebab.
There's that guy I fought in the garage. There was a frickin' moose.
Check out Giant, specifically their first two albums, Last of the Runaways and Time to Burn. Very underrated group.
Sweet. Yeah, I've heard of them. Another underrated one is Danger Danger.
Sea Striker. America's idea of an adult is just measured by inappropriate for kids.
Yeah.
Most immature view of maturity.
True.
Got a handprint. No fingerprints. The killer was wearing gloves.
Nice.
Height and angle of the hand tells me the killer was about
Got a sense of style.
5'11". This horror show's starting to make my skin crawl. Someone broke in here and put Waltz on display like a hunting trophy. Someone small, strong, and smart. Kitty put his artwork up on the fridge for everyone to see. Seems pretty proud of himself.
This isn't how the mob's playbook. We might have to read it.
Oh, come on.
Still, last husband, we're here for a reason. Keep searching.
I do believe in mooks. I do believe in mooks. No!
God damn it, Mike.
Have you been saving often?
I have. Oh, and it just autosaved.
It's murder in the moonlight.
Teddy Bear.
I have.
Razor,
Cool, it was right before I fought this guy.
Out like a light.
Fraser, I was wondering, how difficult was making the Ghost of the Badlands trailer? Really well made and voice work is incredible.
Well, there's two trailers. I made one myself, and the other one was made by an actual company that does trailers. Through our publisher. And that turned out really well. Both did the job, but theirs was way better than mine. Okay, where was that office at again?
Bum Crack Jones, millennials decided noir is monotone with fedoras.
Pretty much.
Trent Fagan.
I mean, their idea of noir, as I said in several episodes of the Film Noirchives, is, you know, it's more a collection of the cliches that people mocked for years than it is the actual genre. Oh, back where I started. Okay. It was that guy's bedroom with the stupid painting in it. I'll find it if I wander around enough. Dining area, guest house, office. Alright. Gotta find the office before it goes to shit after Steve Carell leaves.
I'm thinking it over.
That went really well. Trent Fagan, baseball question. With the Dodgers acquiring Skubal,
yeah, I
do
saw
they
that.
win the World Series? Will there be a lockout strike next season?
That I do wonder. I'm not sure, man. I'm really not sure. The Dodgers, with how much they spend, and it's an appalling amount. They spend more than anybody, including the Yankees, and by an order of magnitude, they really have no excuse for not winning every single year. So, you know, if you were a betting man, you would say the Dodgers win, because they just spend more money than everyone. They're not even hitting baseball. They're not even using bats. They're just wielding gold bricks, actually, is what... Over here, maybe? No, it's a bathroom. And... Ah! Bingo! Bingo, bango, bongo, I don't want to leave the Congo. All right. All right. It was 782, I think. Oops. 782.
Debonair Nerd, on this stream, Razor goes full Michael Richards.
200 years ago, you would have been upside down with a fucking fork up your ass!
You all used to wear screwy get-ups like this?
I mean, one of them still does.
So these are the aces, huh? Whatever happened with you guys?
That's a long story. Some of us didn't see eye to eye on things. That led to some bad plays on Maltz's part, which in turn led to some tragic events. By the time it was over, the city wanted nothing to do with us.
A busted flush if I ever saw one. Alexia Price. What do you know about her?
Led by Scarlet Whisper. She was the one that came up with the idea of forming the Aces.
I thought Waltz formed the group.
Waltz took credit for a lot of things.
Still can't wrap my head around why Waltz hired me to find her.
Aquatarius, my family has escaped communism twice within a 20-year of my dad's side, and Dad literally fought through commie Africa. Seeing people accept socialism and communism in the current day is sickening.
And leftists do not... They hold a lot of people's mouths closed when the facts that are coming out of those mouths are inconvenient, but they hold nobody's mouth closed tighter than an actual victim of communism. Look at Ayn Rand. Look how they talk about her to this day. Why do you think they hate her so much? Because she left communism. So she had first-hand knowledge of how bad it was. Survived the October Revolution.
I think I found what they were after. Woof. This file's got dirt on just about everybody in town. Names, dates, addresses, the works.
Yeah.
Waltz has been getting rather chummy with the Benedetto crime family, it would seem. This would make the average highbinder blush.
We got more trouble upstairs. Grab those documents and get out there.
Wait, there's more here. Your old Ace's pals
Grab
aren't
the
so
Waldstein
squeaky clean
files.
either. They're all wrapped up in this sour racket.
They weren't my pals.
What about that buddy of yours I rescued?
It's complicated.
We're gay.
Now. You wouldn't be leaving with
promise?
Bring him to me. I want to be the one who puts the bullet in his skull.
Night's been full of surprises, huh? I got one more for you. Well, for your friend with the goggles, that is. Got this gizmo of a pretty young thing that's been snooping around.
Janet Jackson?
But she ain't up to much talking right now.
Uh-oh. Okay, we can probably ditch this
Don't mind
and
if I do.
Here's how things are.
swap it out for this magazine.
You have something I want. So, you're gonna deliver it to me. And then, I'll let
Right
you
in the piggy
walk out
bank.
with the girl.
I don't think this has any more rounds. I don't want to lose the tranquilizer pistol, but
This'll make the job easier.
let's go packing. Okay, we got to get the hell out of here now.
Cigar 2, thank you for subbing for 55 months.
Godspeed, thank you for joining us.
Phantom Dog Fart,
You
thank
palooka?
Thank you for subbing for 20 months. And Zara Guinness, thank you for subbing for 6 months.
Ready or not, here I come. Come out already.
I wonder if I could just find like a window and jump out. Get back to the car. Don't kill anyone. Okay. I guess that's still an objective, so maybe I should just try jumping over the side, or... I'm gonna die if I fall down from there.
Elffinder General, I will say one of the complaints about Maltese Falcon is that Bogart, while a great actor, doesn't come across as wolfish as Sam Spade does in the book.
Well, you gotta keep in mind, he had been a villain actor before that. Humphrey Bogart was not like your archetypal good guy. He never was, really. So it wasn't as bad a casting as you would think, but I agree, he comes off like almost too heroic, like too much of a white knight, in a way. You never are persuaded that Humphrey Bogart could be taken in by that broad's lies. Somewhere else to drop down. Maybe around there?
Get your ass out here now! Every damn corner and shadow. That's what it takes. Yeah, that's right. Get out of here. Hide somewhere.
Okay, we got two guys here.
Yeah, that's right. Run away. Come out already.
5 guys. Now, depending on what I do with these guys, I get a good game review, right?
Me and my friends find you. It's gonna be bad.
Ooh, did I do it? Did I do it? Holy buckets, I did it. I think.
CTC, Razor Terran, you guys better not be goonin'.
Alright, here we go.
I'm Bad Wrench.
Bring back the 1930s meaning of goon, please.
Maybe you're not getting the full picture here, so let me spell it out for you. Bring me those papers.
Be right back, guys and gals.
Crystal.
Good. Moth and Flame nightclub. Don't keep me waiting.
I can't believe he called this bar longer. I hope this music isn't too loud. I saw Danger Danger at Peabody's Down Under in Cleveland, Ohio in 1989. They opened for Faster Pussycat Danger Danger. got booed off the stage. Really? Autonomous Prime, hey Razor. I don't know if you noticed this like I have. The communists fully taken over the Democrats. However, they are now being rapidly taken over by Muslim Islamic foreigners. No, we haven't noticed. It will be their downfall. Detroit Otaku. That is a question. I will wait for him to come back. That is also a question. Death. I recently saw a comment, I think he means, about how Ditko was a bad writer because he was an objectivist, and someone outright called him a dick because of it. Ike and Alice inherited my granddad's old Ruger 22 6-shooter several years ago when he passed. About to go kill some rats in my chicken coop with it. Wish me luck. Try not to shoot your grandson in the knee.
You're letting me loose?
Here we go. Evening, dollface.
Yeah. Detroit Otaku, what are your thoughts about Abdul El Said winning the Democratic nomination for U.S. Senate in Michigan?
Good.
What ramifications does it hold for our country's future political landscape?
Dude, the more we can shackle the left to unpopular candidates and unpopular positions, the better off we'll be. This is one of the reasons we need to be fumigating the retards on our own side, because they're attempting to shackle us to unpopular positions so that we don't get elected. The Democrats have this problem. They're already starting to sound the alarm bells. You're already seeing true believers like James Carville and Chuck Schumer and mainstream Democrats saying, whoa, 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 whoa. We need to do something here. They wouldn't be saying that idly. These are not electable politicians. Every single district is not AOC's district. Every single city is not NYC. And NYC, by the way, had to have a fucked up election system through ranked choice voting in order to get Mamdani in there. We have people on our side who are saying, oh, look, the left have completely lost our minds. Clearly, we need to lose our mind. No! You just won an election because you didn't lose your mind. Stop being a retard. Stop snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Getting tired of repeating myself on this point.
He's targeted 4 aces, somehow got their names, and hit them before they could blink. That comic strip was placed on the fridge like he wanted it found. Can't shake the thought he might be under Glassjaw's thumb.
Among other appendages.
Make off with the documents. Glassjaw knew where to look. Went through a lot of trouble trying to get them, too.
Those papers I lifted. A lot of dirty laundry. What I want to know is who gave Glassjaw the inside line. Somebody
Seth Rich.
him off. Somebody who knew what Waltz had stashed away.
They might as well have handed him the keys to the city. Enough blackmail to remove the Vendettos from the picture. And he could go ahead and take his place at the top. Nobody would touch him.
All right, next chapter.
Angel.
Here we go, final one.
Ever heard of 200 Years Together by Alexander Solzhenitsyn?
Well, I have been meaning to introduce you to Delia Price. Ring any bells?
I know I've seen this doll somewhere.
That doll has more in common with you than you realize. You're both looking for the same missing woman, Alexia Price, her mother. Last spotted in that nightclub a few weeks ago. Billy has been undercover, trying to dig up whatever she can of what might have happened to her mother. I told her not to go alone. It was too damn risky, but she always was hard-headed.
Glassjaw's not gonna burn his meal ticket. At least not until we make good on our end of the deal. Even so, I'd be a monkey's uncle if he lets us stroll out of there alive. Rescuing this broad ain't gonna be easy. I always did like a challenge.
Let's do it! Rescuing a chick. Classic pulp. Although she's muscle mommy, apparently. Not classic pulp.
If I survive this night, I'm gonna dance a damn jig.
Dude, look at that.
Yeah.
How rad that looks.
Hello, TK. How you doing? T-Striker.
How's it going, pal? While I do find you being my little errand boy amusing, it's time to give me what I owed.
Yeah, I got a special delivery for you, all right. Why don't you throw open the front door so I can finally give you exactly what's coming to you?
As a Wisconsinite, I feel nervous that Kami Hong might be our governor, thanks to the idiots in Madison, kind of blackpilling. Any words of hope?
Bro, the time to blackpill over Wisconsin was a long-ass time ago. Cars have tires. So do moving trucks. I'm just saying. I don't care much for Wisconsin. But I don't know. She's not helping her case. I really don't see her as terribly electable either. I think even in a blue wave election, she has a hard time getting in there. All right. Where are we? Park here. Main. Oh, there's your front entrance. Okay.
There you go again. That white knight routine might impress your pal with the guns, but I know what you really are.
Oh, yeah? And what's that?
You're a coward. You left me to die back in that warehouse. Left me with a face my own mother wouldn't recognize.
You sure?
Well, at least now you've got a smile as crooked as the rest of you.
You just never know when to shut the fuck up, do you? Always have something smart to say. All right, then, tough guy. Why don't I just have my boys take that package off your hand?
So, I've been promoted from errand boy to gravedigger? Good. Go ahead and send them my way.
I think I can jump over there. Oh my gosh. There we go.
This really is 1940s Deus Ex.
It is 100%, man. Such a good game.
Sonic Boomers. Is Bruce Timm completely washed now? The new Batman loved the look and sound, but God, is it trash?
Well, if he's the art design guy, no, he's not, because it looks pretty good. Although the animation's not great, to be honest. You know who's really washed? And I hate to say it. Executive producer of that show. Does anyone know who it is?
Who?
Ed Brubaker. Author of some of the best comic runs ever. What a fucking tool writing that garbage. You should be ashamed of yourself, dude. That's some of the worst television ever written. It's legitimately that bad. Batman Caped Crusader is unwatchable. Of course, I don't know, man. How much has he been digging into the hashish? Ed Brubaker has a bit of a habit.
Boy, do I miss Ma's cooking.
You know, I hate to say it, But I miss the days when the worst you had to worry about was coke.
Huh? What's the matter? Get up!
Could have killed you. Best you just lie there.
Throttling goon!
Okay.
So like DSP before a stream,
Sea Striker. Seems like the Dems are comprised of a bunch of despotic morons who think they are using each other.
It's a series of one-issue voters corralled into these little pig pens, all expected to vote for the same person, and now that social contract is breaking down. And they're eating each other.
These crooks.
Right in the dick!
I'm gonna check that out.
You
got no friends because you're ugly and you smell.
Yeah!
Stupid asshole.
Huh? Get up, you damn moron.
White Monkey.
I thought you had a fight.
Things are looking up for me.
Would you ever play Digital Combat Simulator World? DCS? We have.
We've streamed it, yes. We have. We did the F-14 update for it. We flew a Tomcat, and I landed it on the first try. I had my flaps down the entire time.
It's a combat flight simulation, you know.
Yeah.
Thoughts
It's,
on...
I shit my pants trying to land the plane simulator is what it is. And I love it. I love DCS.
And thoughts on J. Michael Straczynski.
You might get more asking him what he thinks about me, because he's not a fan. I put out a video calling him out on his bullshit narrative about Babylon 5 having been ripped off from DS9. Pointed out the timeline doesn't match. There's all kinds of problems with it. And I recommend you go watch that. Babylon 5 was not ripped off by DS9. And he wrote the most long-winded, completely beside the point blog post about me. He was, I think he called me a cretin at one point, which is when you know you hit near the mark on a kame. I think Vosh did the same thing.
Megavania fan. What body type will you pick in the new Fire Emblem?
Right.
Did you see that bit of news trending?
Yep. I mean, that's the standard order of business at this point, which is lame.
I was talking about new Gears of War E-Day. When you make your custom character for online, it says male or female.
Good! It's stupid. It's just shorthand.
Later, shitbag.
No one was making a political point in the decades and decades previously when we just said male and female in games. The people who were making a proselytic political point were the people who decided to change that. Must be chips. I think I see Rick Estrada there. No?
Block Harry. Hail Razor Fist. Just an FYI, I'm sponsoring a fan-made DC beat-em-up and working to add The Shadow from SNES to the roster.
Oh, sweet.
Hope to get more Shadow cast soon. Godspeed.
Right on. Godspeed, dude. We streamed the SNES Shadow game that was never released, but it was finished. That game should have been released. That was just...
What's the news with the canary? Boss says we keep her locked up for now. Nah, I don't like the idea of beating up.
I'm guessing it's probably down in the basement or something.
Varen, if you like flight sims, check out Nuclear Option. Play it with my HOTAS and it's epic.
Right on. I have a A10 Warthog HOTAS that I turned into an F-18 light stick. And it's glorious. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Don't mind if I do.
Emperor
Pipe goes
Creatine.
bye-bye. Pipe goes bye-bye.
So you landed the F-14 on the carrier in DCS, eh? Now break out the NES and try doing it in Top Gun.
Not possible.
As the nerd would say, what were they thinking?
As another rather perturbed nerd would say, they even test this thing before they released it? Oh, they're stackable now. Jeez, I wish I knew that before now. Oh my goodness. Dude, look what it is!
Damn.
It's the Mahima Unica! It totally is!
The fucking Automag?
Dumb bastard got what he deserved. He knew what was coming.
Take that to the bank, put it in a box,
right,
and have them keep it.
Put your kids through college
for like 80 years, and that'll be like, oh my god. Big K Movies and Games, with Microsoft possibly including a disk drive in the next Xbox and keeping discs, do you think that will be the final nail in the coffin for Sony?
No. They have blindly allegiant fans even now.
Nah, this is a bunch of horse excrement.
It's gonna...
What?
It took a while
Stupid asshole.
for Microsoft to...
Huh?
It took a while for Microsoft to gain the momentum at the end of the PS2 generation. It'll take them a long time to dig out of the hole they've dug for themselves. Because, man, Microsoft, it was a procession of failure and failure and failure. They need lots of good games. They need backwards compatibility. When people say shit like, oh, they did a study and only 20% of all gamers cared about backwards compatibility. Doesn't matter. It's a feature. Doesn't matter. I mean, what was the percentage of people who even used their PS2 as a DVD player? It's a feature. It's a selling point. It's something that gets people to give your system a chance. The Xbox Series X didn't fail because it had backwards compatibility, guys. It failed because they couldn't put a string of really good games together. First and foremost, get a lot of good games. Put some value on that.
Excellent. Out cold.
Oh, man.
Nice. I needed some booze money.
Okay, we'll hang with the auto mag, even though I really want those 45s. What's this? Torture room key. Ah.
Yeah, that's where I left it.
Is is that really what it's labeled?
That stupid son of a bitch got what he deserved. He knew what was coming.
Mercenary X. Seriously, what did Fire Emblem ever do to get this bad of a treatment? First was the dialogue censorship and minigame cut, now DEI.
What it is it's a Nintendo franchise that includes more storytelling than some of the others. So there's more opportunities for someone to propagandize it. That's what it's the if you're thinking of ways to wedge social politics pablum into your game, Mario's not an ideal candidate. Fire Emblem is, because it has story and waifus and husbandos.
You can change the politics in it.
Yep.
To be what you want it to be.
Yes. There's not as many opportunities for that with, like, F-Zero. There's gotta be a button or something around here to open that. There's gotta be.
JW Lancaster would like to know what you've been playing lately on your Xbox.
I played Replaced on it. Been playing Jurassic World Evolution 3, which is on Game Pass, and I've been playing MLB The Show.
That's the
Quite
last
a bit.
time she's gonna laugh at me. I'll make sure of it.
Oh, and your Switch too.
Oh, and my Switch too? Shoot, thanks to Camino Uni, I've been playing Pokemon Violet. Hadn't played a Pokemon game in years, but it's fun. Which, by the way, they just added Season 1 of Pokemon to Disney+. Out of nowhere. Love that they're literally called Machine Gun Mooks.
That's the last time she's gonna laugh at
By the way, underrated
Make
film
sure.
noir? Machine Gun Kelly, starring Charles Bronson.
Absolutely. How were you able... You know what? Fuck it, forget it. I was gonna say ask the question. Never mind.
What?
I shouldn't leave the body lying around.
That's pretty good. No, you were crouch walking on a table filled with fucking bottles.
I'm
and shit.
Batman!
And you didn't hear that?
Batman!
Oh, so good. Mercenary X.
I'm a ninja.
Played for me, guys, this morning. Pray for me, guys. This morning, I rear-ended a Tesla. By
Does that
rear-ended,
even count as a car, though?
by rear-ended, I mean I was backing out of a parking spot, and I hit the Tesla. It's minor damage.
Oh, okay. Ooh, another way in, for crying out loud.
He continues, God in heaven help me, I cannot catch a break ever. I can't even get the lawyers to call me back without the pushing injury case. Ghost Rider, another ghost. With Take-Two CEO confirming that the RAM crunch would normalize the Netflix.
Are we gonna hear it again?
Knocking over that bank was kid's play. I was thinking about using my part of the score.
And there'll be people walking around all over America with flames coming out of their butthole. And everyone who takes it up the rear. Everyone who has a penis injected in his butthole. When that penis comes out, the flame will start burning. Ain't nobody gonna stick no penis in that flame. No. That flame will be an eternal flame coming out of the butthole of every sodomite. And nobody will ever stick a penis in your butthole again because it will be on fire.
On fire!
How did you know?
No. We're about to hear something else.
Oh. Also, that guy sounds like Quagmire.
You seen some of them houses? Probably the swankiest pads outside of Golden Tower.
Yes. We did get this far. We did get this. So we got farther than I thought. We may have gotten to the end of these episodes. Which is good. We get to start episode. I wonder why I didn't have a save.
I think I heard about it. Some big Art Deco building or something.
Art Deco.
Streamline it there, not Art Deco.
What? Yeah, that's what I said. He's got the big Art Deco joint.
Well, actually, that's where you're wrong, Pally. Can't say I blame you. It's a common misconception people have about modern art. You see, Art Deco is all about style and embellishment. It uses a lot of geometric shapes and patterns. Streamline modern, while similar, there's more of a focus on the smooth, sleek design. The gaudy ornamentation and rough geometric shapes. Its design principles are more about
It's true, too. It's true.
efficacy of the structure.
Gotham City and Batman the Animated Series is mostly streamlined modern, not Art Deco.
I was actually going for my master's degree in architecture.
It's true, though. All right. I gotta get down here.
Also, that 100 came from viewer newest.
Ah, thank you for the flaming butthole.
Thank you once again.
This is the only time you're gonna hear that.
Razor, should we be worried about the Ocarina of Time remake? It remains my all-time favorite Nintendo game, and it might be enough to get me to buy a Switch 2. But with all the misses in video game remakes the last few years, I choose to be skeptical. Godspeed to all.
I think you have to look at Nintendo remakes to know if that's going to be bad. And the most recent one was Star Fox, and it was awesome. So, I wouldn't be too worried. I wouldn't be a cockeyed optimist about it, but...
Tight asshole.
Nice. Thank you! Oh. Oh no. I didn't mean to do that.
Hey, get up. Hey, you good there, pal? Try to think, but nothing happens.
Iconalis plugged one on the first shot. Now the dirty rodents won't come out of their holes.
Working at the border? Oh, sorry, that gets you shut down on Twitch, don't it?
How it is with most of these rats.
You're not cut out for this life.
Ladies and gentlemen, stay in our asses!
Always winterize your pipes.
Frosty?
Frosty?
Mercenary X, I was able to get the Top Gun plane to land, mind you. That was only on the last mission. And I got lucky. I still have the photograph of the ending. Detroit Otaku. With the Scooble trade, I fear I may never see my Tigers win a World Series. Especially after they face planted as the favorites in 2006 and 2012.
Well, join the club. I'm a Pirates fan, so I like pain.
Jet Flipper, thank you for the
We
5.
did hardly any trading at the deadline.
I will get to it when I get to it.
I think it's over here.
Mercenary X, Architect Mook gets to live. True
Yes.
connoisseur.
Yes. Actually, it's streamlined modern. Huh.
This cat makes me look so handsome. I'm gonna make the dame swoon. No more fuck-ups. If boss finds out, I'm toast.
How'd it get?
Oh, I was in the middle of reading this one. With Take-Two CEO confirming that the RAM crunch would normalize the Netflixing of AAA games, I feel offline personal entertainment needs a parallel economy before most media goes Fahrenheit 451.
Yeah. Which is the problem, is the censorship attendant to that makes it much easier. If all of our media is just on some digital library somewhere, you're a mouse click away from losing it. Which I do not think is something that they have not considered, right? I think this is considered an incentive among corpos.
What does turn you on?
That's the front. Side entrance. We need to find... so many alternate entrance. See, you would think this would lead to the basement.
But no! Alright, let's look. Let us peruse.
Emperor Creatine, since you said you were still playing MLB The Show, did you ever manage to get out of the Orioles hell? Or is Marion Cobretti still batting for Baltimore?
That save stays forever.
Right in the piggy bank.
Remember, Cobretti, you're here forever.
The Magnum Express. You almost beat this level by the end of the last stream.
Yeah.
Every major update for this game so far has invalidated the previous version's save files, hence you having to restart this episode.
Yeah, which sucks. But whatever, I think this is the last one. It's been revoked!
Don't go losing your head.
All right. I love this gun. I love this gun.
Tharghost. Was 1999's Asheron's Call the peak of MMO RPG's game design with its XP to skill and attribute and skill leveling system, free world exploration, and free to F up character creation?
Yep, absolutely. EverQuest was more popular, but it was not the superior game. I think we found it. I think we done had found it.
Sonny Crockett, go to the club bathroom. Hilarity awaits.
I've already done it. Here we go.
Mercenary X, a prime example of Fahrenheit 451 in video games, is Skullgirls. Look what happened to that. Not even physical versions were safe from the update.
Right.
Man, I gotta take a shit. I explained it to them right over there. I didn't eat the book. I was just picking my teeth, that's all. Weird shit going on.
Icanalis, on the non-superhero comics discussion, my favorite subjects are space mechs, werewolves, and cryptids, with westerns and pirates close behind.
Right.
Megatron.
Lots of pirate comics in Europe. Got him! There we go. There's our torture room. All right.
Yeah, I seem to remember this.
Yeah, we had just gotten here.
Miss Price?
Took you long enough, new guy. Nightwave sent you? Ugh, lazy prick. Making you and me do all his dirty work.
My favorite kind of work.
Through that comm, night dick.
Good one.
I'm sorry.
Oh, just save it.
I'm a girl boss.
It's not as bad as it looks. Been through worse. But whatever they injected me with is burning a hole through my brain. Don't happen to have any smokes on you? would you, hun?
Yeah. Here.
Gilda reference.
Oh, shit. You should have seen the look on their faces when they blew.
Do you know that story, by the way?
I don't think they expected me to plug the three of them and break the other bastard's arm.
I'll explain it in a moment.
Out front, now they're swarming the joint. So either crack some skulls or tiptoe your way out. Whatever you do, just get the hell out of there.
I'm ready to blow this joint when you are. I just need to.
Those were knockout cigarettes, you stupid whore!
All right, Miss Price. You're coming with me.
They're cigaroofies! They're zip-zop zoobity-zops. Alright. Gilda. This great movie right here. There's a scene where Glenn Ford's character, him and Gilda, Rita Hayworth, are kind of, you know, they want to nail each other, but she's married to the boss, or his boss. And they're in the bedroom there, and she's like, you got a light? And he's got the lighter, and it's at like belt level. And so she bends down at his crotch and lights the cigarette. It's like, oh, what's the subtext here?
Got more bad guys heading your way. They're not out of the woods yet, kid.
Dude, movies were so much better when they couldn't just drop F-bombs every other word. Couldn't just show a boob. It was just so much better. Because it's way more steamy. It says more. It makes you think.
I have this. It's a weapon. It's really powerful, especially against living things.
Thank you for stopping by, Barry.
Give me my full Barry Burton Resident Evil game. Give it to me. Oh, Barry! Shut up! Shit!
Damn, too many of them.
Yeah, while I'm carrying a body is bullshit. Alright, let's try it again.
Megatron, I wanted to throw some shekels your way after having a second good work week in a row. Good fortune and Godspeed.
Godspeed!
Primark,
Thank you.
How's the AZ election looking so far? Who's running?
Katie Hobbs is unpopular. Andy Biggs is not well known enough. I support Andy Biggs. I don't think he's that good of a candidate, and I think there's a high chance that he loses. Alright, there's it. Was it over here? I think it was. Yeah. I need like a melee weapon.
Oh. Here's another chance for you to show it off.
What's up?
The Southern gentleman, besides the Mauser, what's your go-to sidearm?
Go-to sidearm? I mean, I own a Bergman.
It's not a go-to, it's a freaking antique. Like, it'd be crazy to... Die!
God, I love that thing.
I know. This gun is my girlfriend.
Hey, I know that guy's killed like 5 people with that giant gun, but I'm gonna run at him with my fists.
Bare fists. Pipe down!
Stay down, asshole.
I don't need no stinking side entrance.
Is the ammo for it just labeled Magnum ammo, or is it like 357?
It's Magnum ammo. Sorry, Magnum ammo.
That's all.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
I'm gonna check that out.
Let's get.
Jonathan Chatwell, somebody.
Where do I have to go? Hold on. I have to bring her to the car.
Something in my drink.
Birds, shut up, birds! Don't give me away. That could have been more graceful.
Clear skies, thanks for the 20.
All right.
Asheron's call. After much work, folks have been able to pull the server files so that you can set up your own public or private server. Even set it up single player to battle the Ulthoid Queen again.
What the hell? Oh my God! A little bit over the top, maybe? Just a little bit. And it's just stupid, too. I've gone through these areas. These people were not here. Tranquilizer darts. Okay, I can pick up a blackjack at least. Ooh. I wonder. Don't blow her up. Okay, so this was an alternate route. Ah. All right, there we go. Darren?
Not Alferia. This rope. Not Alfarius. The Barry Burton game exists. It's called Revelations 2.
Oh, stop it. He's only like one half of that game, if that.
It also has a line from Claire that implies that Barry has told the Jill Sandwich story so many times that even Claire knows about it.
Uh-oh. What? Okay, just break your own rules then. That's give me that machine gun.
Hello, darling.
The Great Scalzini. I should have seen the Podcastistan heel turn coming. With every other sponsor being supplements, it's second nature for them to peddle pills, especially black. What? Uh-oh. Ugh.
Dick?
Emperor Creatine, favorite super chat timing? Mine is the heavy rain stream. After the car we got. What a rotten way to die.
That was glorious.
And I shouldn't leave the body lying around.
Yep.
God, what is the absolute best one?
Oh, man.
We've had so many.
Screw you!
Oh my God, can you give it a rest, game? I swear. Could one alley not have a person in it? Couldn't even see him.
Best you just lie there.
That's for being an asshole.
Alright.
Big K moves in games. Played new Halo and woke up with hot dog in my mouth.
What? That wasn't hot dog.
Then stay down, asshole.
The Turok stream with the Norm super chat.
Okay, we did it.
Got it.
Delia, hang in there, kiddo. Thank you for getting her out of there.
Just keep an eye on her. She's the only one who can help us get to the bottom of all this. Some tells me the bottom is a long way down.
Drama!
Harlock. When the Black Death killed over half the population of Europe in the 14th century, they mysteriously didn't need immigrants to boost their population.
Isn't it wild?
Mercenary X, did you see my glasses I posted in the Discord?
Let's get him.
I hope they're RERF approved or Razor Force approved. They're polarized for cataracts.
Jeez. Okay, new episode. Sorry it took so long to get to this point, but we're here. We're queer. Get used to it. Ooh, slightly better cutscene art, too.
Better luck next time.
Mike. Mike.
What?
Delia.
What'd you put in your drink, Mike?
Stop or dead meat.
Fine. Then you take the wheel.
What?
Take the goddamn wheel. Move it, Mike.
Blake, I'm gonna kill you. 200 miles an hour, my ass!
Here we go, driving stage, I think. Oh boy.
There we go.
Oh no.
Double time, Mike. Get us out of here. Take out any rabble that gets in our way.
How does one guy have so many goons?
Right? Especially a guy who's already lost face. Oh, there he is. Oh, crunch. I was turning so hard.
On your left.
BK moves.
I'm kicking my ass!
Damn it, Taryn, you told me it was a hot dog.
Oh! Ah!
Stay sharp.
Next time, buy domestic! Oh.
All right. Down that alley to the left. Go.
Crunch!
Nice driving, Jack. Just hold on.
This is not what I was expecting from
Not
this
out of
game.
the woods yet, kid.
Straight to the billboard.
No, going around. Die, copper! All right. I'm just pretending they're ATF agents. How did they know to set up all this way away from where I was? What? No! Church? Dak Pasabik's really pissed because that was St. Michael.
Jeff Leppard. Did you hear about Glenn Hughes retiring from live performance?
Yeah, I did. It's a shame because his voice is freaking stellar still.
The news led me to listen to Deep Purple's Burn album for the first time, and it was absolutely killer.
It is amazing.
Any good album recs?
My favorite Glenn Hughes Deep Purple album is Stormbringer. So good.
Matthew Meyer. With all the video companies firing commies, think I should apply as a concept artist? I can actually draw with a pencil and piece of paper.
Hey!
And I'm not a fan of AI art.
You know what's more annoying than AI art? The people who are, for some reason, fanatical about AI art. Like they can't shut up about it. It becomes their entire personality. What is it about AI that makes people take these super strong positions on it?
Shadow of Death.
How did they get away with using that logo? I hope they paid them some money. I don't know. I just hope they don't get sued.
Let's get him.
All right. Now getaways, eh? It's time.
Leave her alone, Mike.
Dick.
How's the girl holding up?
Well, she's in rough shape, but Blake will look after her. Unfortunately, there's no time for rest. We've got a new lead.
Listen, Mac, I've been busting my hump for you since
There is a bit of old-timey slang we need to bring back.
Mike, we need to jump on this.
Listen here, Mac.
Chief among them is the infamous Glassjaw, who was arrested by UPD officials at the...
Nah, we don't need subtitles on that.
Glassjaw just got pinched.
What'd you say?
He's pinched. Mad. Can. Bad. They got him, man.
Well, I'll be. Glassjaw's in the can. And I'm in the bottle. Time to celebrate and get drunk.
Hell yeah. Hey, pick up some gin from the juice joint for me.
Legal gin.
Give it a rest, will ya? He ain't going nowhere.
But
tomorrow.
All right, Taryn, fire up the bathtub gin. Make it in a shoe.
Have you ever had shoe booze before?
Yeah.
The great Scalzini, this game really looks good, like that Mouse PI game. However, I noticed a significant lack of underground shrews.
What happened to them? Rashuraitu. Amo Pochuru. Ranch Boxu.
Cicero's been very needy for attention.
He wants to be fed.
Ah.
Albacini.
Which he was fed late, so he doesn't get fed just yet.
Jonathan Chadwell. 2 Lincolns. Tui. Well worth the price of admission, Jen. Thank you for the 10.
Godspeed. Hey.
Mercenary X, unless the title is 1 for 1, they got away with it.
Using the logo, I think, is the big issue. Let's look around, see if there's anything to get. This is just the firing range, which I suck at.
When do you feed a psychic dog? Now! Right now! Obey the dog! Dex Dino God. Me and a pal think we found a way to wear a fedora and a bowler casually without looking like a hipster or cosplayer. Assume you can color coordinate.
Can't be done. Can't be done. I only get to wear hats on these streams.
Get up.
All right, damn you.
Color
Up.
coordinate?
Nose. Huh? Wait, no.
Collar coordinate. They're really into BDSM.
Ouch.
My God, Mike, with everything we're in, how do you manage to be this reckless?
Don't get your head all twisted.
I have to go underground, you know, like
Listen,
gophers and
I'm
communists.
sorry, all right? Made a cake of myself at Glassjaw's going-away party. Oh, H is a calling. What you mugs looking at?
Get to see I'm draining the old private dick over here? Don't act like you're not impressed.
Where'd they run off to? Lousy punks.
I was just showing my penis.
Ow. Son of a bitch.
Well, if you're sorry, here's how you can make it up to me.
Oh boy.
Show me that penis.
Hector's holed up in a nearby hotel. He's got information about Alexia and wants to speak in person. Sounded kind of paranoid on the phone.
Alright. Ugh. Let's get moving then.
Maybe try taking care of yourself a little more often. You can start by easing up on the hooch.
It is bathtub gin.
Are we just ignoring the fact that he got bopped on the head with a wrench by some random person that ran away?
Yep. Yep.
He continues. First, normal or relaxed fit pants, jeans or khaki. No skinny crap. A light vest or tasteful coat. And finally, the fashion cheat code. Henley shirt.
A Henley and a fedora? No. No. See, you went too far.
Feeling all right, Mike?
Nothing I can't handle. Appreciate you tagging along and all.
Jack White, what are your thoughts on people posting about Dem victories and saying that this is it for the GOP in the midterms?
I'd take them a little more seriously if they hadn't said the same stuff in 2024. Okay.
And we got a 50 from Mr. Phaedrus. Thank you. This game has looked to it like 13 back in the day.
Yeah.
By the way, love the outfit. Suits the mood. I'm just filling space with words now because just sending this for support. As always, Godspeed, fellas. Thank you.
I made it worse. Game's kind of chugging a little bit. This is the new episode. Maybe it's not as optimized. I don't know. Or maybe max FPS is 30. Oh, that helped a little.
That's weird.
Yeah. It's set to a 30 FPS limit. What's my... Isn't it like 120 or something? What's my...
Master Chief.
Doing technical stuff here, people. Just a moment. Doing testicle stuff. 159. There we go. 159.
What place, if any, should the lives of the saints have in Christian education?
They're exemplars. They're examples of faith and bravery, courage, self-sacrifice. And in some cases, great titans of theology and doctrine. They're not that dissimilar from the saints that were around every day who help us through life as fellow believers. I don't think it goes that high, and that may have screwed it up.
Try 120. 120 is usually good.
It's a little better. That's a little better. I think it was because VSync was on. So it wasn't on the correct FPS. That's a little better. It's still a little, yeah, but...
Through here.
Love the film grain, though.
Nguyen. What I find broken is the Dodgers virtually lost nothing after the trade. They still have the most prospects in top 100. The only advantage small market teams are given.
Yep.
Maybe it's time for a salary cap?
I don't know if I agree with a salary. the reason teams like the Dodgers have so much money, I mean, some of their games are sparsely attended. It's not just attendance. It's merchandise sales. They sell so many hats and so many jerseys and so many shirts, and so, right? They put the Dodgers logo on anything and people buy it. And that's so they have tons of spending money. So I think you might, and I'm just thinking out loud here, maybe you could separate merchandise sales money from money that you make from attendance or something like that. And maybe that would make it a little more equitable. You can't spend any of your merch money to acquire players or something. You get to keep the money. We're not going to say, oh, cap, whatever. You can only spend X amount on your team, but maybe separate those pools of money or something like that. So they can't just use this great big ball of cash that the Dodgers have to buy every single player who isn't nailed down. Let's see here.
Dino Man! Yeah, I don't get the AI art fanatics. But seriously, should I apply to video game companies as a concept artist?
Yeah.
Jegs Dino God, yes, Henley and Fedora works. Or open carry a revolver.
Well, I'm in Phoenix. We're allowed to do that. The Californians don't like it, which makes it even better. Well, where'd this asshole go?
I'm gonna take my chances and go it alone. I'll catch up with you later.
Get started on your own. Fine. I'll meet up with you later.
Let's try this. I don't know. I lost him. He disappeared.
Big Trev. Razor, members of the Razor Force, may we please have a moment of silence for the commie tattooed game devs and writers who have been laid off?
Darn.
Okay, that's enough silence.
Yeah, that's enough time. Don't you just hate the idea that now, because all those people were laid off, Elder Scrolls 6 might take a really long time to come out?
Oh, no.
I'd hate that.
Feeling all right, Mike?
Can you imagine? Get over here.
Potsy, respectfully, Missouri was using the removal of income tax as a backdoor to introduce a provision that would allow it to raise sales tax ad infinitum without having to obtain the voters' consent.
How does that make it any different from any other law that would have accomplished the same thing? How do you think states that outlaw income tax make up for the shortfall? You wind up paying through the nose in freaking Texas, where they've outlawed some of those like property taxes and stuff.
There's a hobo jungle down this way.
They get you in other ways.
Sniff out who lifted your wallet.
That makes it no different from any other law of its
The only
type.
thing I'm sniffing right now.
And I'd also say the people who are using that as cope, it's like, here's how you know it's cope. Because do you think anyone who voted against it was weighing that in? I don't. I don't think the electorate was even aware of that. By and large.
One by one.
People by and large vote for fairly shallow reasons.
Give me a name. I want a name, goddammit. Else we turn this camp into a graveyard, capiche?
Sounds like Krusty the Clown.
Big K moves. Big K moves in games. Both your Mount Rushmores for the GameCube. I can't say because I never owned. So
yeah,
just yours.
Oh shoot, that's good. What was the F-Zero game on there? Grand Prix, I think? I know it was like ZX or something. Twilight Princess. Star Fox Assault. And it's another one. It's a game that was only on there. I can't think of a fourth one. Well, obviously, Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Metal Gear Solid Double Dong Edition. We reviewed that, by the way.
One of my favorites.
Sis, you were fed late. Stop it.
Why? She'd leave me?
Rocky Eagle.
Are we in a shanty town? Is this a shanty town? Are these hobos? Bonafide 40s hobos.
This ain't no way to live.
Rocky Eagle. What's your opinion on Gears of War? And would you rather Microsoft make a new Baltic game such as Call of Duty BattleTech?
What are my opinions on what? Just Gears of War generally?
Yeah, I suppose.
It's fun. It's not really my favorite game series, but it's okay. It's fun. It's fine as a time sink. I think we've only reviewed one game. That was 3, right? We reviewed 3 when that came out. Never was one of my absolute favorites. I do think Microsoft should throw some weight behind doing a BattleTech game. It's funny, I was watching an interview with Russ Bullock. You guys really need to watch this if you haven't. He was being interviewed by No Guts, No Galaxy. Russ Bullock is the head of Piranha Studios, the guys who are ruining MechWarrior right. He's just broken inside. Like, it's the only way I can describe it. I've seen interviews with Russ Bullock before, and he's like, yeah, we're gonna, like, bring back MechWarrior, and it's gonna be great, guys, and 5 is gonna come out, and Clans is gonna come out. And it's like, Clans was a flop. Okay, let's just say it. Clans was a flop. And it's not very good, which is why it's a flop. But he is coping so hard. He's being asked, like, oh, you know, what are we going to do for future games? And he's like, well, honestly, you guys aren't playing Clans. So it's like, it's so passive-aggressive. Like, it's, You guys really got to watch it to appreciate what a petty little prick he is. It's like, dude, you released a bad game. But anyway, he does mention in that there are people who say that, like, Microsoft should take over and do a BattleTech game or something. But it's like, I don't know, man. BattleTech is niche. Like, how could... It's niche because of you, retard! You're releasing pieces of shit! The 2018 game still sells. It still does. Because it's good.
Dumb bastard got what he
Unlike Clans. Ugh.
You might want to try asking around. One of these,
I would like to see Microsoft throw their weight behind a BattleTech. Maybe it could be modestly budgeted, whatever, but throw the Microsoft promotion machine behind it, and you never know. Get a new BattleTech game out there.
Gentlemen might know something.
They own it whole cloth, so they get to keep all the money, so they have more incentive to push it. That's been the big albatross around the neck of the BattleTech franchise, and one of the reasons it's so... It was overtaken by 40K after being in first place for a long time, was all the funky licensing arrangements, the funky ownership arrangements.
Split. I've got some business nearby. The stretch ahead is rough, so be ready for trouble. There's an incline station in that area with a lift that should take you up to the hotel, though most likely the cops will have it locked down. Try and stay out of trouble while moving through town.
Why do you sound like you're narrating a Dateline NBC episode?
Hey, I'm looking for a certain fella. You seen a tramp strutting around in some fancy kicks?
Can't say I have, mister. But if I had a fresh pair of digs, I'd keep 'em shined. There's a boot black up the hill. Folks with new leather usually end up there.
Thanks.
Not bad. Not bad. 40s hobo. Mercenary X.
Inauthentic. Everybody knows hobos have their own language.
As a Californian, I demand open carry in schools to reinstitute mandatory armaments clubs and require ownership and military training as early as 12.
Ah, Scruffy. I ain't got it.
Good luck getting that passed in California. How about you settle for being able to have a gun at all?
Even though we are lizard people, we are not.
You'll never take me alive, Goblin! Stop! Police!
The hell? Eliminate crime in the slums through housing. How'd that work out for Vancouver? Ooh.
Diggs Dino God. Anyone bring up that hero in Idaho yet? Not only was he packing a suppressed 5.7, he came back from riding horses. Cowboy spirit is still alive.
Yeah, we had a similar situation to that years ago. But it was before the advent of social media, so it didn't become quite the thing. But I remember it was like a fast food restaurant. The guy showed up with like a shotgun, held him up. What a dumb, like, of all the places to rob, a freaking fast food. But it must have been hopping, must have been a busy one. Guy walks up right behind him and just, hey, drop your gun. He won't drop his gun, so he claps him. Freaking citizen. With a revolver, no less. Almost like armed citizens are polite citizens, huh?
Open up! Hey, somebody fooling around? That's the last time she's gonna. Huh? Ladies and gentlemen, it stayed in the butt.
Shit. Oh, that was a Molotov. That explains it. Yeah! First finisher of the night. Oh, lit himself on fire. All right, cool.
Mr. Phaedrus again. For the GameCube, Eternal Darkness. Welcome for that blast.
Oh, there you go.
Pargon. Mercenary X, Star Fox, Zelda, Metroid Prime, Pokemon. Scott
The
Fisher.
first-person Metroid games do nada for me.
Come on in, Mac. I don't bite.
Ooh, a shot.
I got all different kinds of instruments. Depends on what kind of tune you want your foes to dance to.
Why's he got a rabbit?
Thoughts on the 2020 Dracula BBC show?
Never watched it. Don't know if it's any good.
I can promise you, you won't get a better deal anywhere else.
I won't get any kind of deal because I'm Poe.
Excellent.
I belong in this freaking shanty town. I got freaking $8 to my name.
Welcome back. What can I
They're
do?
$8.40 bucks. I could probably
do for you today?
buy the Nabisco Corporation, but
King Fire, what's your opinion on modern horror?
Ain't that a kick in the head?
I like the current trend with people like Eggers and whatnot of getting a little bit more into the Victorian horror. I didn't think the Del Toro Frankenstein was very good. You can watch my review and get that sense, certainly. But I like that they're making more Victorian and Gothic horror again. Because I prefer it generally to, hey, I found a phone, but it's a spooky phone. And there's found footage of me calling on the spooky phone. And it's spooky. And it takes 30 plus fucking minutes for anything spooky to happen. Most of the movie is just a single girl walking through a dark house, hearing things. Right? How many movies did I just describe?
Welcome back. What can I help
Unfortunate and very
you with?
true.
Hey, welcome back, pal.
Jack White, what are your thoughts on the predictions on more socialists winning in the upcoming midterm cycle?
I think it's going to be an albatross around the neck of Democrats. I think it's actually going to help Republicans who otherwise would be embattled. Personally. That's more or less what I've been saying all night. It's what I've been saying for some time. I'm overjoyed to see the DSA gaining influence because it can only benefit Republicans. And it's honestly going to save Republicans from themselves in some of these races. Man, if Democrats weren't such retards, Republicans would be in some serious trouble right now.
Who taught you how to fight, you mother? Fight you like a fight. Oh, no. How about somebody? We can take him.
All right.
My nose.
Ow.
Next.
No. Die.
Stay down, asshole.
Cesario. The Undertaker is thinking of not renewing his podcast. He'd rather get teeth pulled than continue.
Yeah, I heard about that. Do you know any of the drama that's been going on with Undertaker's podcast?
No.
It's so freaking stupid. So he started out with the 6 Feet Under podcast. He had a co-host who's the thin blue line guy. He's the guy who does the thin blue line thing and whatever. So a little bit more of a conservative kind of, but neocon-ish and whatever. But he was like co-hosting the thing and people really hated him, which is funny because after he left, people were like, oh my God, they ruined the podcast. Dude, every single episode of the Undertaker podcast was people shitting on that co-host. But once he went away, they brought in Undertaker's wife. So Undertaker goes with that guy for a while, then he signs with WWE. So now it's an official WWE podcast. I think what happened, retards like James Romero and I like Steven Richards, but they were totally full of shit on this. WWE, I think, insisted on Michelle McCool being the co-host because she's married to Undertaker, and WWE's like that. If we didn't make someone, they're not a star, right? So I think they insisted on him replacing his co-host with Michelle McCool. And it kind of ruined the podcast. Like, it ruined the vibe. They just didn't have the same rapport. And so, man, every time he releases an episode, it's just drama. It's, oh my God, Michelle McCool's constantly interrupting. Yes, so is the old guy, and you were constantly whining about it. It's just, people are just looking for shit to complain about. I don't think the podcast was ever that good, to be honest. I think he never really had a great co-host. The original one was kind of bad, and his wife is really bad. And Undertaker's not... He has great stories, but he's not that interesting to listen to talk to. I mean, honestly, not really... So I don't really blame him. I think he just didn't want to deal with the drama.
Which is fair.
Yeah, it's like, dude, Undertaker has nothing to prove to anyone, least of all some pencil neck pube on YouTube. He does not need to worry about it. So I think he's done dealing with it. Plus, I don't think he wants to be a big corpo either and just do the bidding of WWE.
The real dog of war. Yeah, but if Microsoft got a hold of BattleTech, they'd probably officially make Anastasius Falk a trans man or something. Like that Brian Young clown wanted.
I mean, let's be real. They're already kind of going that way with the MechWarrior games that Piranha are making. See some of the freaking Lance mates or Star mates in freaking clans? I don't think we're dodging that bullet right now. They're already going in that direction. At least now they'd be going in that direction with a freaking budget. But I think Microsoft are so embattled right now. I don't think they're as worried about ESG right now. They're worried about finally turning a profit. At least at Xbox they are. Because Asha Sharma would like to have her contract renewed, and I don't think it will be if she doesn't. Because she promised that next year they will... What did she say? Was it, we will not post a loss next year, or we will turn a profit next year? That's what she promised. And I don't see how you do that if you keep alienating your audience with a bunch of proselytic leftist nonsense that was dated over a decade ago.
See. Jigs, Dino God. Sunday, I resumed watching Deadwood again. It was when Bill got aces over 8. I didn't realize that was August 2nd, 150 years after Bill's death.
Right?
Mercenary X, I refuse to settle. I want California statehood revoked.
Yeah.
Take that.
Jeez! What do they feed this guy? He ate almost a full cylinder of revolver bullets. Jesus. Like freaking 50 Cent?
Jake Stenhogod, therapist. Cowboy Sam Fisher is real and will hurt you.
At least it's not man bun Netflix, Sam Fisher.
You'll never take me alive, Copper! Stop! Police!
Red Razor. There we go.
MC Corleone. I find it hard to defend ICE, given that there are some cases where American citizens have been wrongfully detained. ICE may be hiring too many morons.
See that?
If you don't have the nads after whining for years about ICE doing nothing to defend ICE, contempt doesn't even cover what I feel for you. I'm sorry. Thank you for the super chat, but you can refund it if you like. But when people don't recognize that something has improved, it drives me up the freaking wall.
Yeah, and guess what? They were detained.
Yeah, they were detained. They weren't freaking imprisoned.
They were detained and then let go.
Yeah.
And went on with their fucking lives.
Dude, when you have when you have operations that are as widespread and massive as ICE are undergoing right now, and you don't get to simultaneously complain not enough deportations, not wide enough of operations, and then complain about the inevitable effects of that.
And then you're
just is what it is.
You're probably thinking about the Americans that were detained, trying to help these illegals get away. Like, I remember hearing a specific story. Oh, an American woman was detained during this ICE operation. She was a getaway driver for this dude that she was trying to protect.
Yep. This guy's just not gonna turn around.
Fucking eject her out of the country too. I don't give a fuck.
Taryn, you're coming right along. You're just gonna bogard that little corner of nothing? Okay.
Scott Fisher, Dave Smith said the Iran war is a disaster.
You lost me at Dave Smith said.
Look at you, Mr. 6'2" with perfect hair.
And it's just like a certain war that took off in 2003.
Oh, yeah. I've already quote tweeted and pointed out that Dave Smith is a fucking Green Day song in a pair of jeans. Some people were one shot by the Iraq War and all the attendant propaganda.
People always looking down on me.
I think one of the big problems we have is that Trump took office repeating some of that propaganda rather than correcting some of it. Because it's hard to correct some of the lies without sounding like you're defending George W. Bush. I don't like George W. Bush. I don't think we necessarily should have gone to Iraq. But there were several lies told about the Iraq War, and they have led to a mistaken impression of what any incursion in the Middle East might turn into, right? Oh, WMDs! We were told that every single time you say something about Iran. Oh, you know, the people over there's actually a little bit of a resistance movement. They actually want to be liberated. Oh, that's what they also told us, that they had WMDs, right? You always hear that witless rejoinder. Here's a red pill for you. There were WMDs in Iraq. They were moved out. We caught them trying to move $100 million worth or so of chemical warheads, WMDs, heading to the ports at Kuwait on October 1st, 2003. Sheikh Nawaf Al-Ahmed Al-Sabah, the foreign minister who died just a year and a half ago or so, was the one who he held a great big press conference. He invited the entire American media to come in. Hey, guys, we caught the WMDs. We were moving them out of the country. This was during the UN weapons inspectors phase when we were about to go into Iraq. People forget we gave them months to get their shit out of the country. When Hans Blix and the retarded
fucking whore,
the weapons inspectors and all those people went through, they said there was evidence of residue and shit in these big warehouses where the WMDs were supposed to be. There were WMDs there. Should we have gone in? No. Of course, there was another one too when the chemical attacks were carried out in Syria several years ago. The former head of the Iraqi Air Force, I believe, with no incentive at all to say this. By the way, Saddam's long dead. He doesn't have any position of note at all. He said, oh, hey, by the way, those were the Iraqi WMDs. We moved some of them into Syria, tried to move some of them to the ports in Kuwait. We sold them on the black market, blah, blah, blah. There were WMDs in Iraq. Probably the two biggest things that you'll hear from the Dave Smiths of the world about the Iraq War, the big lies, you know, WMDs and no war for oil. Both those were not true. It wasn't a war for oil because we got no oil out of Iraq. We know that because ISIS seized the oil fields. And there were WMDs, we know, because we caught them trying to move them out of the country, and later they were used in Syria. I think if we had corrected some of these lies when they were being told, maybe we wouldn't be dealing with this, or maybe not as intense a version of this every single time a Navy jet flies past the Middle East, it's World War III mentality. It's so tiresome, dude. It's getting so old. Again, this doesn't mean I advocate... Again, I didn't support the Iraq War. I don't support the Iraq War. But don't tell lies.
Boss says it's better to not ask questions. Hey, you're gonna have no problems with me.
Ah, there we go.
Not shutting my eyes open. Easy peasy.
Stupid asshole.
See me up there, too.
See, Striker. So Republicans mainly succeed because their enemies are morons?
Yeah, pretty much.
Harlock, Shawn Michaels admitted the Boyhood Dream storyline in 1996 sucked.
It was terrible. I mean, I just think you like Shawn Michaels. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, I think he was just better as a heel, period.
Yeah.
He's just... Shawn Michaels is... He was good, but he was a little too aware of it, right? Whenever somebody's like that, they're always going to be a better bad guy than a good guy, because nobody's going to dig that. Shawn Michaels is just... He's a really good heel and a rotten babyface.
Later, shitbag.
So that whole that Shawn Michaels love-in 1996, where they were trying to do like a Beatlemania thing with him, like, oh, hordes of screaming fangirls, and it was just, ugh. It was no good. It was totally artificial. Kind of gave him the Cena treatment a little bit, several years early. Bret Hart, on the other hand, he was a natural hero, and totally worked in that
Come
role.
on in, Mac. I don't bite. I got
Nice way to slip in sideways.
See Stryker again. Back on the animation topic, Americans don't want hand-drawn animated movies. Demon Slayer movies, highest grossing in the country. Unless it's anime.
There we go! No, don't break out the lighter while you're on fire.
Number one schmuck, did you see the Perez Hilton story?
Sorry, what?
Did you see the Perez Hilton story?
Oh, God.
That was horrific. I saw screenshots. I didn't watch
didn't
the video.
see the screenshots. I haven't seen the video, and I don't want to. Okay. There's been some drama with him in the last several months, even before this. Right? He had a hospital stay and almost died, and... Dude's got problems. Clearly. I don't know exactly what the nature of those problems is, but he claims, you know, after... He had a near-death experience and claims that he heard the voice of God. You know? Things like that, so... He's had a bit of an existential crisis, and maybe he had a... I think it's safe to say he did have some kind of psychotic break.
Yeah, dude sliced himself up on live stream. It was gruesome. The guy needs some serious help.
Mm-hmm.
Ultros, 2 cents.
And again, people who are like, pray for him, pray for him. I agree. The Lord will help people, but the Lord works through means. This is one of the things that I love about Lutheranism, is how hard it emphasizes this. The Lord will put people and things and institutions in your life that can help you. Just telling him to read his Bible in isolation is not helping him. The Lord will put people in his life that he needs to avail himself of the help of. This is why I made a video. Can you pray the gay away, right? And really the whole point of that was, you can't in isolation just sit there and go, I'll pray that I don't feverishly desire cock anymore. It doesn't work that way. The Lord
Ask Milo.
The Lord will put pastors and therapists and people who understand in your life, and it is up to you to avail yourself of that in being regenerate. You are directed to avail yourself of those things and to amend your ways. Shank! Ooh. All right.
Ultros,
kind of a rough weapon to be using while talking about this.
Right. What's your 2 cents on the Andrew Wilson and Candace debate next week?
Whoever wins,
we lose.
We lose.
I didn't mean nothing by what I says. I'm sorry. I said you.
Candace's debates. Have you ever seen a Candace debate, dude?
No, and I don't care. I honestly don't.
The moment you guys remember if you've watched me for any like the time or joined us on these streams, I got asked quite a bit when Candace was first hitting the scene, maybe even before the Turning Point Association. What do you think of Candace Owens? And I was like, whatever. She's kind of vapid. Her talking points are just kind of bog standard conservatism. She's harmless as a baby's first conservative commentator, whatever. And then the Blair White debate happened. Did you watch that on the Dave Rubin show?
No.
It was just two cackling harridans motherfucking each other really loudly. Just yelling over each other. It was like an episode of the Ricky Lake show. And that was the moment where I knew, oh, Candace Owens isn't serious at all. Candace Owens is all about Candace Owens. It's all about her ego. She's just a Ricky Lake guest. It was awful.
Candace Owens doesn't do what Candace Owens does just for Candace Owens.
Yes! Unironically, dude. Unironically. All right, Molotov guy. Ooh. Oh, there he is. He, like, punched my toe. At least I got pinstripe pants, though. Pretty fashionable.
Trash Kitty. Guys most cooked by the Iraq War never set foot in the country.
Didn't understand much about what was going on during that era, what led up to it. Like, you would think the late 90s buildup to Afghanistan and Iraq never happened. Everybody thinks 9/11 happened and then we ran to Iraq because we just did. Guys, there was a whole period from like 95 to 2001 where every other day Saddam Hussein was like, I'm going to nuke you. Like, the idea that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction didn't come from the United States. It came from Saddam Hussein. He was saber-rattling like the Dickens for like all of 97, 98, 99. I remember watching, do you remember Channel 1 News? In junior high school. You'd be in homeroom class. And there was this, Lisa Ling did it. And it was a news program that they would show to like high school students and junior high students and even elementary school students. And I remember vividly, this was like 97 or so. Osama bin Laden with a freaking AK shooting an effigy of Bill Clinton on Channel 1 News and shit at this firing range. You could probably find this footage on YouTube if it hasn't been, like, deleted. But, like, there was a whole build-up to that. It wasn't like 9/11 happened and then we just wanted to go ramrod a bunch of people. These were, like, foreign belligerents for years before that.
Nice and smooth. No
Again, I don't agree with it, but it didn't just happen in a vacuum.
Yeah, that's right. Fork over the dough and...
No. Anything but my wallet.
Hey, mistake. How about some of this? What are you gonna do with that? How about some of this, you mother?
I don't have...
What are you gonna do?
Yeah! Oh, crap! Where the hell did he come from?
What are you gonna do with that? Come here, you dumb.
Okay, they're spawning from the walls. Wow. I dropped like 3 of them, and more spawned. I think, so that's a trap. Speaking of Blair White. Anyway, so.
But,
2 drink minimum.
Hung Nguyen, most ICE detained Americans stories are fake that left out tons of
yeah,
details.
it's the children in Trump put the children in cages story all over again.
Yeah. My fave is ICE deported Americans and they were like 1-year-old children under custody of their parents who are deported.
What, too fast for you?
Yeah, we've seen this movie so many times. That's what's kind of aggravating about it is the people on quote-unquote our side who have been around long enough to have seen this play run before, and they're pretending not to notice that the play is being run again. That's the obnoxious thing. Because they want to further a narrative about Trump and get him out of the way.
Dolores! Come on, Dolores! Let me back in! I didn't mean nothing by what I said! Look, I'm sorry I said your wig looks like a dead alley cat, okay? It looks great on you! You think down and fight you like a real man. Come here.
Saw that coming.
Ooh, the hammer. You idiot! He freaking threw it at himself! Alright. Freaking Aaron Bushnell over here. Jesus. How many of those do you have?
Things are looking up for me. You not so much.
This game, even this game has grenade spammers.
McLeod, what do you think is the biggest issue that is preventing fielding better candidates that will take back blue strongholds?
I think the biggest thing is not so much the candidates, it's that some of these areas have just been abandoned by the GOP for years. To win elections, sometimes you have to lose elections. To win elections, in other words, you have to keep viable candidates in the fight. Which means maybe in this election cycle the Republican loses, but at least you didn't cede the ground to the left. You didn't just run a nobody and go, better luck next election cycle. In some, even red states, Arizona's one of them. There are cities like Trump won Maricopa County in the last election cycle. So the votes are still there. Phoenix itself voted for Trump. So why aren't the AZ GOP fighting for the mayor's office? They've, like, the last several election cycles, they hardly funded the race at all. You never saw a sign for the candidate. You know, it just, they left these people to twist in the wind. And this is the case in a lot of blue states as well, where they have ceded ground. And so for years and years, they haven't put a competitive candidate up. Basically, they have stopped trying to win in certain cities, thinking, oh, when we find the right candidate, then we'll throw money behind them. And that's the wrong way to think about it.
Come on in, Mac. I don't bite. I got
You
all
have
different
to at
kinds
least
of
put forth an effort
Depends
before
on
that.
What kind of tune you want your foes to
All right, at least they got a map.
dance to. See you later.
All right, Pally, stick 'em up. Nice and loud.
No
You come to the right place, pal.
Okay.
Hey, come here.
Aw.
Jack White, what's the best way to get people to realize that we have a mercantilist system? Somebody asked a similar question earlier.
Yeah, just define it for them. I mean, it's a definitional problem. Again, like I said, it's a definitional problem. Communists have a real problem properly defining capitalism. So the only proper way to counter this is properly define mercantilism. And when you do that, calzones. Oh, Tara, calzones.
I am so hungry.
Oh,
I did not eat.
I haven't had a calzone in so long. Calzones are pizza's final form, gang.
Got two little problems
But
preventing us from getting
list off the definition and see if it's not a proper definition of the system that we have today. Most of the time when communists and socialists and even just leftists and even some people on the right complain about quote-unquote capitalism, Matt Walsh has forwarded this falsehood in the past. I've watched him do it on Twitter. When they complain about capitalism, Jack Posobiec recently We have to relate to Zoomers on the struggles of capitalism. No, we have to properly define capitalism so they know that we don't have it. It's not a no true Scotsman fallacy, as I said before. It's an issue of properly defining your terms. The system we have today has more features of mercantilism than it does of quote-unquote capitalism, which is itself a misnomer because capitalism is just the lack of a system. That's all it is. I had just saved Solomon. I accidentally gave myself away there like an idiot.
It continues more like liberalism has never had a defense against Marxism because both ideologies make the same sets of promises to people.
And come from the same philosophical root.
His dog will not leave me alone.
Hallelujah, I'm a bum again.
They didn't really mean that, did they? No, they couldn't have.
Sleep down, asshole. Stay down, asshole.
Aw, it's locked. Investigate the incline station. The
Enigma.
funicular.
With all these layoffs, I wonder if Microsoft hired Shiva, harbinger of death.
I am become Shiva, destroyer of companies. You hear about the layoffs at Halo Studios, bro?
Oh no.
We just did the Halo Combat Devolved stream. Within a week, we hear they're supposed to have mass layoffs at Halo Studios. Dude.
Harlock, WWE was not able to sell out SummerSlam this year.
Yup, I heard about that. And dude, SummerSlam is like supposed to be their number 3 pay-per-view. It's like WrestleMania, Royal Rumble, and SummerSlam. But this has been the problem since... I mean... to be honest, since Russo left and the creative direction of the company went sideways, they've had a consistent problem getting SummerSlam to feel special for a long time. But it's really bad under Triple H. Real bad. Triple H does not know how to keep the momentum going after WrestleMania. It's like the entire company builds around WrestleMania, and the rest of the year they just phone in. Until Royal Rumble comes around, then they kind of show signs of life.
Ike and Alice, I remember a New York Times article around 2011 admitting they found WMDs in Iraq, but also making a bunch of whiny excuses why they didn't count.
Yeah, and because we let them get away with those lies, it's like, if you're going to oppose the Iraq War, oppose it for the reasons I did. It's not really any of our business. It'll kind of make the situation better. And we're...
Stay down, asshole.
More importantly, we were not prepared for an occupation. The Iraq War wasn't really the problem. It was the Iraq occupation where the real issues arose. Because we were just not... We had morons like Colin Powell trying to conduct a politically correct occupation. You're gonna oppose something, oppose it for real, not imaginary reasons. None of this, no war for oil! We didn't get any oil from Iraq, and there were WMDs there. You can still oppose it, but oppose it for the right reasons.
MC Corleone. As much as I don't think Trump should be giving Iran a ceasefire, I don't understand what is left for the U.S. to bomb there.
And good
Should
time, huh?
USB target?
Central's
Should
gonna be
US
sending them
target
some
the
riot squads next
IRGC?
week, along with the big guns. Not that they've ever cared about us enough to send backup when we actually needed it. This time's different.
It's a common misconception that they've been bombing the same places and the same stuff. They haven't.
Nothing but cinders when we're done.
Although there are still some
then,
things. I mean,
bide
of
our
course,
time,
there's a huge controversy over whether or
sides
not we should go into Karg Island and level that or the like, but we've actually been bombing different targets of late. You know who just did an awesome video? I'll just refer you to that. Is freaking Victor Davis Hansen talked about some of the specific targets that have been targeted recently. We're not repeating the same bombing over and over. There is a method to it. I think we are seeing a little bit, the longer this goes on, I do think we're seeing a little bit of push-pull between Vance, who I think is more pro-war generally. I think people are getting Vance wrong on that. I don't think he wants us to be in Iran necessarily, but he is more interventionist generally than Trump is. And Trump, who is kind of he's the anti-war guy generally, but he's gung-ho about taking care of Iran for a number of reasons.
Ooh, I could go for some squeeze.
So I think we're seeing some push-pull. The pro-war guy, Vance, is anti-Iran war. And the anti-war guy, Trump, is pro-Iran war. It's bizarre. And that's actually, I think, what we're witnessing. Which is why the whole Iran situation seems so confused.
And
Very few clientele visit during business hours, huh? Observing the Leering Center. Spelling of signs still hasn't improved.
It's like a good cup of joe.
Hey, that Joey! Son bitch drank all the bath.
What? What are you... What? Why'd you... What? Okay, well, I had just saved, so...
Rocky Eagle, follow-up. What studio would you like to make the Battletech game?
Oh, man, that's tough. Now that you've fired a bunch of commies, could Bethesda do it? Are they good enough? I don't know. I know that Todd Howard is a Battletech fan. I know that. Do you have an opinion, Terrence?
Battletech.
I mean,
God, they would
could you get harebrained schemes to do it?
I'd do anything.
It's so tough because if I want classic Bethesda to do it, but they would be hell bent on using the fucking creation engine.
Yeah.
Please, anything else. God, I don't know, man. Harebrained Schemes would definitely be at the top of my list, I suppose. But I want a full, realized, like, Mass Effect. I would say BioWare, but they've still got the problems, too.
Oh, dude, they haven't had the purge yet, although they were just... they're owned by Saudi Arabia now. So, dude, how's that gonna work? What the... Dude... I can't wait for the Saudi Arabia layoffs. I'm not wild about Saudi Arabia owning EA, but, you know... I think we're in for some hilarity here in the short term, at least.
Also, can we get a Razer painting stream?
I did one a while back. A long while back, like 2021 or something like that. I was painting,
I ain't so bad.
I did a Lance of Knights of the Inner Spear mechs.
And once you get to know me, got a sense of humor.
I just finished the last of my Solomon Kane minis. Finished painting them.
Millennium Hand and Strip.
All right. Get your wallet back.
The Loner. Why did you stop doing the Thursday lives?
Oh, we'll do them again. We're just kind of taking a break from them. But they're not done completely. I like doing the Razor Force Offensive. It's just been a while since we've done one.
Dr. Admiral. Sick and tired of Candace. I hope Macron wins the lawsuit he made against her, and I hope Erica sues her into oblivion. Most insufferable horror on the planet.
Remember, we're coming up on 1 full year of the day she claimed a quote-unquote 9/11 style attack was going to be carried out. Remember that, dude? It was like December it was supposed to happen last year. It was right. Coincidentally, it was right around the time she fell out of the top 10 on Apple Podcasts or whatever. Funny that. Alright.
GS Wolfwood. How's that data center craziness going on in Arizona? My state recently ruled that we won't have to pay the increased electrical costs, though I am doubtful. Always be doubtful. When the state says, hey, we're going to build this new thing, and you won't have to pay for it at all, ever.
I don't oppose the construction of data centers. I oppose them being constructed by government. I think there's a lot of kind of hyperbole around the data center stuff. That's kind of silly. But I do not want the government funding any of it.
My only worry is, like, I've heard the arguments like, oh, but data centers only take up certain percentage of the water. It's not that big a deal. It's kind of a big deal when it's out in the desert.
It's a big deal when we have a governor who was installed by California. She was overwhelmingly funded by California. And she went and met with representatives from Colorado and California, because there's been a question over, okay, we've got the Colorado River, who gets the water? California gets some of it, Colorado gets some of it, and we get some of it. Well, our California... Surprise, surprise, the governor who was installed primarily by California money has given our water rights away to California. And now she's beating her moobs about how she's going to stand up for our water rights. It's like, bitch, you were installed by California. You gave them our water. And again, this is a bigger issue than you would think, because the history of Arizona has been a history of conflict between us and California over the subject of water. We almost had a hot war with the state of California over water. And it wasn't even that long ago. It was in the early 20th century. Go look up the Arizona Navy. We sent armed men on boats to secure Arizona water from California. True story. And now we've got a governor who was installed by California who's giving that same water away.
And when she's not giving it away to California, she's giving it away to Saudi Arabia.
Yep.
So they can grow... What the fuck's that fucking plant that they...
Oh, yeah, the drug. The drug that the Muslims are all addicted to.
Forget what it's fucking called. Mr. Phaedrus, thank you for the additional 20. I'm gonna be open and vulnerable in a safe place that you guys offer. I take joy in every fruity employee getting laid off within these over-fat AAA studios.
Aww.
They cater to my dollar. I don't kneel to their culture.
Godspeed. Smokes. Oh, nothing in here. Oh, it's Nancy Guthrie.
Mr. Pooker, thank you for the 50. Very generous of you. Dear Razor, met a woman that's ditching feminism.
Good.
Divorcing her wife, joining the Orthodox, and wants kids with me. The twist is that she is a communist.
What?
Do you think a true love can happen between a Protestant capitalist and a Stalinist contradiction?
What?
Was this a sitcom? What the fuck's going on?
I know! This is like the setup to something. It actually sounds like a setup to the Norm joke they were talking about earlier. A reformed lesbian communist and right-winger walk into a bar 4 times until they're both knocked out. Ooh, there we go. Is this real?
I don't know.
Let's assume it's real. How would we respond?
Bomb the shit out of them.
There you are. Thank you, Trump. That may be a ringer for best timing ever. Dude, look how pretty that is. And it is a funicular.
Jensen.
Jensen. Ride the funicular, Jensen.
Get to the funicular.
Get to the funicular.
Hurry up. What's taking you so long, Jensen? Fucking hate him.
Dude, he's your bro. Stop it.
Yeah.
He's your bro. He's no Alex Jacobson, but my favorite Alex Jacobson is the condescending. Well done.
Well done.
They didn't really mean that, did they? No, they couldn't have.
Okay.
Oh, Shishiro. What Shishiro?
I might take a moment to feed him if you guys will give me a moment.
Yes.
All right?
He been patiently waiting.
Yeah. Dames and dudes, stay tuned. We'll be right back with more Noir Fist in action.
All right. All right, you mooks. Now you're stuck with me. Hand over all your gabagool. I'm actually really hungry right now. I did not eat before I came over here. Atari Nobunaga, thank you for the 20. In regards to data centers, I can understand why the need for them. But why AI? Why not use it for telecommunications and people making the internet coverage for people living in bumfuck out of nowhere? Those are my thoughts. Yeah, you know what? That's the bubble that's going to pop, I think. You know, oh, we're going to invest in 500 data centers out in bumfuck nowhere. Watch the money dry up as people realize, like, AI is just... It just turns out to just not be worth it. Like, people will get sick of making their funny, stupid videos and making pictures out of nothing. It'll pass. And then they'll realize they're stuck with a bill for millions upon millions of dollars. Those are my thoughts. Let's see. Mercenary X, I need any good energy right now for a friend of mine who does artwork for me. His dog is not doing too well right now. Aw, poor doggo. Terran is so boring. Ban that man. Shoot him. Take his soul. I don't care. Terran, what are the colors of your eyes? Whisper sweet nothings to me. Wait, Terran doesn't live with Razor? I thought he had a kennel or something. Fucking hate you people, I swear. Oh, you're amused by this? That... Oh, okay.
Me and my partner are gonna fight for your amusement.
The Gunslinger, Detective Fist in the case of the missing game disc in the case. ooh, ooh. Oh, yummy. Was it peanut butter this time? Damn it. Why does he get the crunch of peanut butter? Mage Leader. I'm a simple man. I see the word shadow in that font. I click the video. Mercenary X, a pupper of 15. YouTube won't let me spell.
All right, here we
Always.
go.
Bless.
K-Jax. First time super chatter and fellow DK64 enjoyer.
Yeah, so someone with proper taste in games.
I was curious to know your opinion on Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie.
I never played them.
I
heard
played
they're
a
great.
bit the first one. It was fun.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a rare 3D platformer from the golden age of the Nintendo 64. I'm sure it's gold. Slide on in. Oh, I can't get in there. There's got to be another way around.
Tooie in particular is often thrown into the same camp as DK64.
For good or ill?
I'm not sure. BK moves in games. I was eating Taco Bell naked on my roof.
What?
The neighbors threatened to join me. Let me refresh this.
All right. There we go. Mantling system works usually. Okay, can we... Is there a way over? Might be able to get over there. Oh. Could this be a way over? It might be. Damn it!
Gray Rabbit. Finally some fallen aces. Heads up, Razor. Map they got. This is huge. If you save scum, you'll suffer loading hell. Trust me, I've been there.
Sleep tight, asshole.
He's got a good computer. It can take it. Mercenary X, bone and teeth is literally dissolving away. I'm sorry about your buddy's dog. Prayers up for a 15-year-old doggo.
Oh my goodness.
Next, Razor Fist Arcade is brought to you by Blue Coal.
Blue Coal. All right. By Goodrich Safety Silvertown.
Primarch Vulcan.
Right, there we go. Oh.
My vote on best time super chat was the Plague Tale Scott Steiner he's fat moment. When you made fun of the kid for eating too many baguettes.
Yes. Yes. I remember. How could I forget? Maybe? Or I could break both of my shins. This, too, is an option.
At work, someone asked if I'd deport a family of 5 for $50,000. Everyone gathered around and I said, no, of course not. I leaned in and I said, I do it for free.
The coffee tastes like wine.
All right.
The Loner. Have you seen Masters of the Universe yet?
It's on Amazon, and no, I have not. I have seen clips of Jared Leto as Skeletor, and I'm not over the moon nor eager to do so.
Also, do you remember Toonami pilot of Korgoth? That pilot had great potential to be a great series.
Korgoth was great, dude. That was a very good show. That and Assy McGee were advertised around the same time, and both those shows deserve better. Two of the best Adult Swim shows. And never. Frisky Dingo, too, was really good. Better than Archer.
Yeah, I was a big fan of Frisky Dingo, actually.
This is much funnier than Archer. For some reason, Archer took off and Frisky Dingo just never. It wound up getting shit canned.
Let me read this next one here.
Who's seeing me?
CD, hope you're all doing well watching while taking care of my new Shepherd mix puppy.
Nice!
Did you hear about Chris Holmes from Wasp?
I did. Apparently he has prostate cancer or something.
Keep the mean man in your prayers.
Later, shit.
Don't worry about it.
Mercenary X. But the shadow quality is important. You're basically choosing between the actual Walter Gibson shadow and whatever the heck is being put out.
I gotta get out of here. Somebody. You got a serious attitude problem.
Mercenary X, I heard that those shows were sabotaged from the get-go.
No, no. Thugs like you were all the same.
This is where the power lies.
Okay, I've got 2 bullets in this gun.
Well, what do we have here?
Mithrin, how you doing?
This
The lighter flicking keeps triggering my old urge to smoke. I quit 5 years ago. What the fuck?
Oh?
Back up now.
Gosh, I hate to hear that. Goodness. Boy, I'd really hate to contribute to anything like that. That's awful. I'm sorry about that.
Very non-Christian of you, sir.
Hey, J.R.R. Tolkien was a good Christian and he smoked the pipe.
Pipe weed.
Yeah.
I will read this one here, and then would you mind very much if I made a coffee?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Joshua Dillon. Not sure if y'all saw or already talked about this.
What's up?
But the Mike Lee and some other senators are blocking recess to get the SAVE Act passed. Based.
Good.
What are we gonna do about Thune?
We can't do much because he's not up for re-election until I think it's 2 years from now. So, unfortunately, you just have to work around him. It happens. We've had this situation before.
I needed some booze money.
So I am technically robbing a bank. Only... This is not my money. Not my money at all. 29. 29.
Right
Booze!
They don't pay me enough for this shit.
What is up there? Well, hello.
Nice. I needed some booze money.
There we go. How much money I got now? Whoa. Okay. Why are... I guess certain ones are just open? Period? Okay. So now that my absolutely not a robbery is done, Hi!
While that's boiling, I can actually do another one here.
Gimme!
Read that, read that.
Oh, yeah. I do want a freaking... Let's get rid of the NFA completely, guys, and... So I can get me my Tommy gun.
Actually, we might be caught up. I might be able to actually go to Streamlabs.
Mm.
There we go.
There we go.
Good show. Midnight Green. Hope, Midnight Green. Hope these $100 bills can help make lots of burritos. You can buy plenty of beef with this 50. Lots of beans and cheese with this 25.
See, to make an inflation joke, the number would have to be going up.
You'll have enough for the week with this 10. He donated 5.
This is a 10. The tab's 13. You're 2 minutes late, dude.
Game and Newfie. I wonder if Nintendo panicked with the last-minute mention of custom characters for the new Fire Emblem game. I guess very few wanted to play Alucard and his companions of color.
Yeah. Who knows? Rat begone exterminators. Wish I had that for Hunt Showdown. Yeah, I'm not seeing a alternate way in. No. Urban Renewal Administration.
Look so handsome. I'm gonna make the dame swoon.
These premises have been placed under supervision of Vice Security Agency, Umberg City Police Department. All persons hereby warned against trespassing or committing crimes on the property. So, should goons could be?
Boss says it's better to not ask questions. Hey, ain't gonna have no problems with me. I keep my mouth shut and my eyes open.
Ooh.
Easy peasy.
I think I see a way in. Yeah. Oh, maybe. Yeah. Oh, come on. Oh, come on! Ah! That was, physics. Maybe there's another way. Nope. Nope, I think this is it. Let's try it. Yes!
I still like this one from last week. Asher said, Ellen Page was an X-Man.
Yeah.
Now she's an XX chromosome man. Let's see.
go.
Game and Newfie. I read yours. Game and Newfie again. Well, could be just me. Getting a lot of Three Houses vibes with that game, though. A lot of running around and less fighting. We'll see. Godspeed.
I'm gonna check that out.
All right. Mobbies commandeering a construction site. Now I've seen everything.
The mob isn't in construction.
No!
Come on now.
Never. And certainly not with public funds attached. Never.
And if you ask me in court, I'll plead the fifth.
Yes.
But not 111 times. That would be ridiculous.
No.
My order of the peak. Wait, how's it go again? Run, little rabbit, run!
Asher, thank you again.
It's so tough now, are ya? I'm gonna check that out.
He's a lot easier when you just shoot him dead.
Take a hike, put that thing down and fight me like a real man.
I've tried sending you a message. I might have a game, so I might send you a game I know you'd love for Nightmare Arcade. The game is called Song of Horror. Mercenary X, please help. Song of Horror.
I try to think, but nothing happens.
Dave Jenkins. In honor of Wayne Knight's birthday, what are some of your favorite Newman moments?
Oh my god. I'll tell you a secret about
Zip codes.
By order of the peak.
They're meaningless.
How's it going?
I'm booking you on one count of mail fraud. That'll be a small fine.
Dumb
Hey, buddy, get the fuck out of here. You're not supposed to. Ah, you bastard.
Hey devs, if you're watching, if you ever see this, make it possible to do like a custom kill on the midget, but with the sledgehammer, so you like nail him into the ground.
Ah! Oh.
Joshua Dillon, and they are not in. Hold on. And they are not in sanitation either. It's not recession proof. Plus, their gabagool would smell like garbage.
That's how you know it is 40s Deus Ex. This is how you know. It's Pulp Hero Deus Ex. We got man-sized vents. Not Michelle Obama-sized vents. You know, a normal man.
Newman, she wasn't my type. Jerry, everyone's your type.
Everyone's your type.
Crossfire. Razor, what is the best soda to go with pizza, and why is it grape?
Is it what?
Grape.
See, we have black viewers. What? I do like grape soda, but not with pizza. No. I generally would go with a cola.
I don't think you can drop us off, badass.
You're right, but I'll get an A for effort.
Yes. Yeah, cola, like RC cola.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's be honest. There's one choice. There's one. And he has a doctorate in thunder.
How good's your voice tonight? Can you do it?
I don't know. After hours of talking, probably not. Bring the doggone in real quick.
Overkill. Lots of machine gun fire. I'm gonna check that out. Mr.
Sorry,
Phaedra.
the French in World War I would be, we're gonna stand in a straight line, side by side in single file, and check out that machine gun fire. In bright uniforms.
Mr. Phaedrus, thank you for the additional 20. Very generous tonight.
Godspeed.
Let's make it an even hundo. Oh, you've been counting. I have a thing for even numbers. So we're pushing that the Fifth Amendment is going to clearly be referred to as, I'll be taking a Fauci. You forced me into it. Or Barks. Ooh, Barks.
Yeah, root beer is good with pizza. It's actually very good with pizza. Oh. This is just a dead end, I guess?
The number one schmuck. Taryn, you didn't miss my super chat. Yes, I did. I'm gonna go back and check.
Gonna double check and make sure you missed it.
Yeah. Just like I do with Ultros's chat. Wait, did I say that out loud?
Gotta take a dump.
Sleep tight, asshole.
Somebody recommended Big Red, and somebody's in the chat's like, what the fuck is Big Red?
Yeah, what year is it? Why don't you recommend Squirt while we're at it?
Could've killed you. Best you just lie there and bleed.
Local coffee. Let's think. I got my shit out of there.
Truth be told, I've not had Big Red in years.
Uh-huh.
I've heard that they have changed the formula and it kind of tastes like cough syrup now.
What?
I don't know though. I don't know for sure. I'll have to actually
See, I think all cherry soda is kind of cough syrup adjacent. All fake cherry flavors always taste like cough syrup.
Sobe Life Water. I miss the Sobe. I miss the elements.
The strawberry lemonade was stupid. So good. I used to get Sobe all the time. And they'd always have some stupid quote that meant nothing on the...
Oh, yeah. My favorite was the cactus rainwater, or whatever it was called.
There we go.
You know, that was just Gila Monster jizz, right?
Yeah, sure. No, but really,
I think
was it?
I think now it's just Ozempic. Right? All right, let's see here. Notes.
What about Surge? Oh,
I was a little too addicted to Surge in high school.
Orbits! Oh my god! Somebody else on the planet remembers Orbits.
I don't know what that is.
I don't even remember what kind of flavoring it was or whatever.
You know what the most pointless soda was?
What?
Sierra Mist.
Yes.
How many lemon lime sodas do you need on the market? We already have Sprite, we already have 7-Up, and that's already too much.
Orbits was... They sold it... These little pieces of fruit were suspended in the drink. I don't know how the fuck they do it, and the reason it probably got discontinued was because it gave you cancer or something. I don't know. But it was kind of amazing that they got the density of the pieces of fruit correct, that they just hung there inside the bottle.
Yeah. Greasy Moe's? Where's the Greasy Moe's? Is it marked here? Oh, the bank is... Okay. The bank... Ew! Gould Street! You can't put a reference to The Long Goodbye in here. That movie sucks. It's not allowed. Take that out. Replace it with Mitchum Street or something.
Does the rest of the country not have Big Red? Just another reason to never leave Texas? I'm pretty sure you can just order that shit. But
why would you?
Is it in stores? I don't know.
You want to hear something hilarious?
Huh.
A few years ago, I went camping. And camping, it's remote or whatever, but they have like a ranger station. And everybody kind of checks into the ranger station before you go out and camp. And at the ranger station, they had, and I beshit you not, a tab machine.
Oh my god. You're fucking
And it looked like it
lying.
had been there since the 70s, bro.
Did it actually serve tab?
Yes! This is
Oh
up
my
in
God.
Prescott. Yeah, Prescott. That's exactly where it was.
I haven't had a tab since I was like 5.
Bruh. They had a tab machine. Oh.
Squatch Hammer, Mountain Dew is the best sody pop to go with pizza, especially if there's a Frogger arcade machine in the pizzeria and it just mixes right with mozzarella to get the high score.
Ah, that's a reference. There's an episode of Seinfeld where George has the high score on a Frogger machine dating back to high school. And they're going to move it out of the pizzeria or something, and so he wants to buy the freaking arcade machine to keep his high score or whatever.
Mr. Phaedrus,
Boss says it's
who's
better than
counting now?
not
Not
ask
me, it hurt.
questions. Hey, ain't gonna have no problems with me. I keep
That's
my mouth shut, man.
$102 now.
Got what you deserve, dickhead.
You gotta say the line.
Ah!
Screw you!
Yeah.
What killed the dinosaurs? Power drill.
You bring some dough this time?
Yes, I did. Meat
I can
plant
promise
peas.
you. Well, choice.
Sideways.
Meat plant sounds like a vegan food, doesn't it?
Now we got Starry. I've never had a Starry. I see it everywhere.
You what? You've never had a
Starry.
Starry? You never picked Liara?
Very funny.
Looking for something with a higher enjoy.
Oh,
your
shit.
purchase.
Thank you. Needed that. Oh, man. That's it, though?
A real doggo of war. Yeah, I'm pretty sure original Formula Surge had a metaphene in it. And amphetamine, sorry. I still crave it even now, 2 decades out.
Oh my god.
Pleasure doing business with you, Mac.
Well, what do we have here?
Whenever I'd go on a road trip, you know, you never get enough sleep. You're sleeping in hotels and motels and blah, blah, blah. You're just never sleeping enough. I'd always be getting Surge.
And remember, no cops. Welcome back. What can I do? What can I help? What can I do for you today?
Okay.
Sobe used to have
Carter's-
creatine in it and ephedrine. They discontinued it because of meth heads, and it was their best one.
What was it?
Sobe? And it used to have a creatine. I understand, but ephedrine?
Bronson Way. There we are.
Hey.
There we are.
Hey, good on them.
Hey, buddy. I'm going down to Emmett's Fix-It shop to fix Emmett. Get up here. Is there anything good up here? There's whiskey. Bah! Go down the fire tower.
Karen, do you remember HEB? I was born and raised in San Antonio. Of course I fucking remember HEB. It's not like they're gone.
What?
I know they're still there.
I don't know what any of you are talking about.
HEB, it's a grocery store franchise.
Oh. Okay, here we go. We're back on Main Street.
Who's there?
Major Spike, I am convinced
Where is the tobacconist?
I am convinced that there is actually only one artificial cherry flavor in all of existence from one company. That's a
Nice doing
conspiracy,
business
I
with
believe.
I believe that too. And maybe the same thing about grape.
Anything. Nice purchase.
I love grape and I love fake grape flavor, but man, the cough syrup flavor is terrible.
Nice purchase.
Not bad.
Granted, it's full of whatever the medicine is, monkey semen or whatever. The meat. There's the meat market. Leave me alone.
Does this game take place in Bronson, Missouri?
No, this is Brunson, but well, never. No, this is Richard Branson, Missouri. All right.
Best Way Killer, here's one that'll date me. Who remembers Fruitopia? We had a vending machine that had it in middle school. Love that shit. I remember Fruitopia. I can't remember if I've ever had one.
Oh. What is that, like another name for San Francisco, or?
Ah.
Woohoo!
young ones all dressed for the pictures, and of course, trick-or-treating. I'd like to remind all parents listening.
Mountain Dew Code Red was killer. What do you mean was? I still sell it.
Let's take it. Leave me alone.
What? This little prick.
Literally.
You know.
He got a shotgun.
I am aware. Thank you for the free weapon. Oh dear. Oh, they're slipping on the ice cream or whatever. Lard or... Alright, there you go. Wait, sledgehammer. What's this do? What did that do? Yeah! Okay, so you're giving me that. Wait. Did I have 2 empty guns.
That's really loud.
It is, and I don't know what it's doing.
Walter, who remembers RC Cola Draft?
Who remembers RC Cola Edge? They advertised it with Edge from the WWF. I'm not even kidding. It was basically their answer to Jolt Cola. It was like super caffeinated, and then they put like ginseng and crazy Chinaman herbs in it.
Is that how they advertised it?
Yes.
Now featuring
put
crazy Chinaman herbs in it.
Yes. Now it deeply infused with crazy slant-eyed Chinaman herbs.
Oh, that was the word. That was the word from the late 90s and early 2000s.
What's that?
Infused.
Infused.
Yeah. Emperor Creatine. When I was a freshman in high school, we could buy Chick-fil-A for lunch. The next year, Michelle Obama's healthy lunch program happened.
We've talked about this before, but dude, we were spoiled in high school.
Yeah.
We could get Chick-fil-A was one of the things. We had a salad bar, a sub bar, a Italian food bar,
a Mexican bar,
and then whatever they were serving that day. So you could go into the cafeteria line and just get whatever it was. So you could just feed yourself on. Oh, and they had a snack bar, of course, because
for $2.50.
$2.50, which was kind of
a plate of spaghetti and meatballs, or fried burritos,
or pizza,
like
an actual sliced pizza, not the school cafeteria pizza. Like Sardella's is a place out here. It was their pizza.
It was so good,
and they ruined it.
I can't imagine what those kids are eating now.
Communism wafers.
I'm the only one with anything.
Stupid asshole.
Primark Vulcan. Remember Josta Cola? That stuff was ass. Good night, William.
Oh my god! I turned that dude into beefaroni. Holy crap. Oh, man.
McLeod. I'll say it. Mountain Dew OG Game Fuel. Top tier.
You'll be the only one to say it. Of course, now gamers, they don't even mess around with caffeinated beverages. They're just like slamming Adderall and friggin' dude.
Mithrin.
Twitch streamers and friggin'. Ever see Rakta, the friggin' Hunt Showdown guy? He's not only rolling on Adderall and whatever the hell he's rolling on, but he's advertising like a freaking gamer crack.
Stupid son of a bitch.
On his streams. Man, I used to be able to watch his videos. He's deeply and abidingly cringe now. It's rough. It's a rough watch.
Right in the piggy bank.
There we go. How about a whole...
Mithrin. Mountain Dew Game Fuel gave me a niacin flush.
I don't know what that is.
10 out of 10.
Does Gamer Fuel have niacin in it? Of course, the worst one is the... Did you ever have the Ghostbusters Ecto Cooler?
I think I did once as a kid.
In the original Green Death flavor.
But I can't remember a thing about it.
Hey, kids, would you like to ingest poison? All right, what?
I am my own apprentice. Is there a list of words YouTube blocks I can't send my chat for the life of me? You and a bunch of other people. That list has to exist. Sometimes it's people's names because they're in the news. Sometimes it's just something referencing a topic. It's so random.
Okay. Okay, what am I investigating it for? Let's get. Oh, there's a door over here, maybe. No. Well, hello. Papers. With Glassjaw in the Hoosgow. The earnings are drying up fast, especially with that new clip joint sprouting on the hill. Turkey Eyes is hollering for bread we ain't got. The collection's coming down the pike, quick. I need you and the boys to pull a clean bank job and bring back a fat score. Don't mug it up. All right, there we go. We're just going to light up some smokes for that super chatter earlier who said he's trying to stay away.
Have you ever had a Vault soda?
Oh, what?
Zoomers don't drink Gamer Subs? I expect that they do. Bring back Dew Shine?
This is where the power lies.
Dew Shine?
That's a new one on me.
Nice. I needed some Dew Shine.
James Percy, the other night we were talking about Muppets DS9. You missed having the Skeksis from the Dark Crystal play Keiko.
Oh, there is an elevator. Oh.
Yeah, Ecto Coolers were high C, I forgot. Generalissimo Liberty, welcome back.
Investigate the meeting. How did I not already accomplish that? What the fuck? What?
Born in 1981, I remember Shasta commercials.
Uh-huh. Tell you a secret?
Huh.
Can ruin a juggalo's day. They love their Fago. All Faygo is Shasta Cola in a glass bottle. It's the same exact soda. It's just cheap grocery store soda.
McLeod, MD Pina Colada was something they should have kept. You can still order Ecto Cooler online, I think? I don't think so.
I do not believe you.
Yeah, I don't think that's...
I don't think it's a thing you should do, even if you could. I was asked to investigate the meat packing plant, and I have investigated the meat packing plant. Maybe this is some kind of euphemism.
Oh my god, they still sold Jolt.
Well, yeah, that's still around.
Yeah. Taste the legend, they say.
The legend!
200 milligrams of caffeine.
Ah!
But at least it's 0 sugar.
Taste the cardial infarction.
Classic 80s flavor. Nootropics.
It's nootropic.
It's nootropic.
It's nootropic. Gorilla Mine.
Can't believe I finally saw that for the first time when you mentioned it.
It's okay. Stay cool.
I didn't realize it was that bad.
Oh, man! The thing about Cernovich is he's totally full of shit and always has been.
Who remembers balls? You know they still make balls.
Oh, yeah.
So, you think this drive-through was a purposeful act of protest? Oh, that's putting it lightly, Mr. Sweet.
Ain't nobody
Best way killer.
No.
Speaking of Chef Boyardee, when we're always speaking of Chef Boyardee, more games need to let you take guys out like Chuck Norris did to Barat beefaroni legs in The Hitman.
Yes.
Would make things a lot more fun.
Video games should have gore for gore's sake. They should. And another thing that needs to happen is when people get shot, there needs to be different reactions for every body part you shoot. That doesn't happen anymore. Everybody just ragdolls. They do the lazy thing. Right? Like in GoldenEye. When you just, like, you'd experiment. You would literally experiment with shooting different body parts and extremities just to see how different the reaction was. I don't want a fire axe.
Asher, speaking of drinks that no longer exist, anyone remember Sobe? Never had it myself, but I remember the iconic Twin Lizard logo. Sobe is the guys who do Snapple, right?
It was bottled by the Snapple people, I think. Yeah, I think you're right.
I think it's still a Facebook page, but I'm pretty sure that there's like an ongoing campaign to bring back the Sobe element.
See, I didn't even know it was gone. It was huge. Like 2000 to 2002 was like prime Sony Sobe.
Yeah.
Sobe territory. Oh, I just felt. Oh,
you got lucky there.
I got very lucky there.
Looks like the boys in blue got the station closed up tight. Doubt they'll lend me a free ticket.
How to get up the funicular.
Real doggo of war.
Somebody stepped in some trouble.
Maybe I'm a freak show, but I really loved
Local
Crystal
PD's seen
Pepsi.
better days.
Not as much as Surge, mind you, but it was pretty good.
I loved Crystal Pepsi.
Yeah.
They brought it back a few years ago. It's just as good.
I don't understand why not just bring it back for like the summers. Make it a yearly thing.
I feel the same way about French Toast Crunch.
Like, it clearly has people who will buy it. Just make it. It doesn't matter if it's a limited run.
Mm-hmm.
See, Striker, is it just me, or do Zoomers have the worst slang? It just feels
man.
like they make up slang because they need to have their own slang. On God.
Here's Zoomer slang. A black guy said something. Now it's Zoomer slang. There's your...
No cap.
Yep. Okay. So it's...
Blair White remembers balls.
Maybe I was just supposed to go all the way over here. Okay. This will lead into the hotel, I guess. Is there another way around? I mean, of course there is. It's 40's Deus Ex. Of course there's another way around. Ooh. What's all this? Let me up. Oh no. Aha.
James Bursey. Razor, it's that time. It's time for another round of Varg stories.
I had to actually kick the knife out of the skull with my boot. It wouldn't come free unless I kicked it with my boot. In self-defense. Quit watching porn. Ugh. Actually, I have a video to show you guys.
Oh no.
I have a video to show. If I could find it, I might play it for you guys. You guys are cool with that. It's like my favorite. It'll be our Varg moment, okay?
Technically, Sophie isn't discontinued. It's just not produced anymore. What do you think discontinued is?
Let's see if I can find it. All right, guys? Let me see. It's I found it! I found it! I found it. I'm gonna rename it so I don't misplace it. And you guys are gonna watch.
I am my own apprentice. Door number 1, a passable trans man. Door number 2, a passable trans girl.
What about it?
Door 3, the exit.
Yeah, thank you. Door 4, the trap door that I dropped them down. Bruh. Hold on a second.
Big Trev. What were that boss fights in games for you boys? They were unfair or outright cheating, able to do things you yourself could not do. Literally every boss fight from every Dark Souls game. And every Souls game. Bloodborne,
The
Elden
naked
Ring.
green chick from the end of Dead or Alive 4, is it? That was just, dude, oh. That was brutal. Okay, you guys ready? Hold on. We're gonna start this from the beginning. There we are. All right.
Oh, God.
Here we go. Classic Varg. Are you guys ready? All right.
Loathing sire. Hey, 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 loathing sire. Hey.
Oh, man. If only he would stab her 22 times in the back in self-defense, huh? If only. All right.
Zoot Suit. Max Payne 1 was a great noir.
Oh no, what just happened? Was that an invisible wall, or what the heck was that? Maybe I air dashed or something when I didn't want to. I'm gonna have to reload, unfortunately.
Rob, just found out I have the cancer. UK death row.
What?
What? I'm not sure I understand. You actually have cancer? Debonair Nerd. Regarding violent games, Soldier of Fortune was great, where you could target individual body parts. Each weapon unleashed its own style of body damage.
Mm-hmm. I love that kind of stuff. Okay. See, there's like a weird... Is that like an invisible wall? I can't move. I can't walk past this. That's not good. And I have to get up on that ladder. And the best way would be to jump over there and then jump over there or something. Right? Okay. We're gonna say. We gonna save? Oh, there is absolutely an invisible wall there. What bullshit. Total bullshit.
Emperor Creed.
Why on earth put an invisible wall there?
You see before you a red button. Pressing it will create the best steak you could ever eat. But for breakfast the next day, it will make chicken and waffles.
Oh. Well, I mean, at least I could forego the chicken and just have the waffles for breakfast. I'm okay with having normal waffles for breakfast. Give me that syrup. Give me that syrup. Sorry, gives me that syrup.
Which is Geek Herd, though?
What?
I don't... Trying to get around a censor? Are you trying to say gayer, though? Gay-her? I'm sorry, man. That really just doesn't translate over text, whatever you thought up in your head.
This is absolutely how you get up.
Me so trashed.
What do I do with that?
Oh, he has cancer, which means he won't get treated in time in the UK. Dude, get a visa, come to the US.
I'm... Someone I know was diagnosed with MS in the UK, and they just went private healthcare. And now they're doing way better. They had to go to a couple of different countries to go get that. There's a big private healthcare industry in Poland, for example. They ran over to Poland and got that taken care of.
Socialized healthcare.
Yeah, don't let them kill you, because they will. Be it in Canada or the UK. Go private. If that means you have to jump over into some other country to do it, it's worth it. I wonder if I even can get up there. It looks like obvious that you freaking jump over from that over to that, and that's how you get in the damn hotel. But I need to be higher. And there is a invisible wall right here.
fucking bullshit.
Jovan, holy shit, Varg looks like a poser.
Hello, then, sire.
I've never actually seen Varg before you played that clip. Holy shit.
We watching porn.
$5 a month.
And $5 a
You
month.
guys, I'm tempted. You think I would make it?
Do you have a sprint?
Huh?
Do you have a sprint?
I have a sprint.
Okay. Save. Save first.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Hey, I'm just saying.
I'm gonna break my damn neck doing this. This is some Snake River Canyon bullshit.
Me so trashed. I watched a Zoomer girl play Detroit Become Human yesterday.
Does anyone really play Detroit Become Human?
She was 100%. Oh my god.
I am Batman.
She was 100% taken in by the pro-clanker propaganda. No, the chicken must be eaten. You can't make me.
Oh, shit. Oh, man. What the... And I can't get around.
Ow.
No big deal.
Zoot suit Max Payne.
Shins are optional, guys. Ankles are optional. Just ask Hillary.
Max Payne 3 would be a great stream. Underrated.
Max Payne 3 is a real bad game, and I hated it. It was so bad, like, we didn't even review it. I played it all the way through and hated it so much, I didn't even want to do a review of it shitting on it. That was how
Really?
bad. That game sucked ass. That was during that whole era where all the video game protagonists were becoming boring, bald guys.
Yeah.
They did it to Sam Fisher and Double Agent. Open deposit box 29 at the bank. I already did, you fag.
Well, let me say bear with a G. Imagine that. Oh, I see. I figured it was a censorship thing. Hung Nguyen. My favorite Varg moment was when he said bodybuilders are responsible for destroying the environment. That was like an early Giga Chad posting.
Oh my god. Bodybuilders? I mean, if you looked like he does, you'd be pissed at bodybuilders too. Have you ever seen the gif of him doing kung fu?
No.
Oh my god. People make fun of James Lindsay with the sword. Dude, Varg is the original. He's doing like karate kicks, and he's got this great big Santa Claus beard and Santa Claus belly.
Let's go back in time, baby.
Oh, Varg, you great big fat murderer, you.
Jovan. Odds on Cooker Tarlson having seen the beginnings of success on a third-party run in 2028, or perhaps a video takedown of his 10-point platform.
He released a 10-point platform. Was that the video that everyone was talking about? That he had put out or whatever? I didn't see it yet. Is it worth watching? Maybe we'll have to watch it on an offensive, perhaps?
Mayhaps.
Mayhap? Hostess bar, huh? Sounds kosher.
Blue Uzi, 9mm. Thank you for subbing for 4 months. He says, God bless.
Rainy day fund. Looks like the prints go this way.
Joe Palombizio. What? I didn't mean to.
Sleep tight, asshole.
Right in front of a cop. I didn't mean to do that.
The unpleasant blind guy. Do you agree that PRC is not the only China?
What are you talking about?
I'm not sure.
The only China is Taiwan. What do you mean? Where does this lead? It leads to a locked door.
Javon, I'd say it's cringe enough to cover on the offensive.
I just, you know, again, I'm asking who we keep hearing about this new right, and all I'm asking is who have they gotten elected? We keep hearing how they're the future. When are they the present, for crying out loud?
I'll tell you my story if you care to listen. Carry on. They used to say I was building a dream,
Take a hike, Mac.
and so I followed the path. When there was earth to plow or guns to bear, I was always right on the
Looking out for me.
Hey, you can't come
Not
in
so
here.
much.
Hey, buddy, get the
I
fuck
was
out
building
of
a
here.
dream with peace and glory.
Thank you.
Why should I be standing in line, just begging for bread? Once I took a railroad, I made it run.
Switchblade. Do you need a melee weapon, should I? Grab the straight razor? No, only gay razors tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry. As in happy and gay. We're using 40s lingo tonight, folks. This is a gay affair, ladies and gentlemen. A deeply ambiguously gay affair. Oh my. Can I? I can. Older.
Open this door now.
Open this door now.
Watch it!
Tuck and roll.
That was for the gay cracks.
James Bursey, are we gonna get the ultimate horror for Nightmare Arcade? Boyfriend Dungeon.
Ah! Taryn will have to lend me his copy, I think. It's just like a coin, too. It's a coin. Look at how hard I'm trying to get these two stupid coins. This is the most Jewish thing I've ever done.
Unpleasant blind guy. Don't have the money for supers, but asked because some conservative streamers are acting like the PRC is the only China. Disturbing. No, the People's Republic of China is not actually China.
Yeah.
They're just fucking... They're commies.
I like how big this map is, but it provides me an alarming amount of opportunities
to hurt yourself?
To compound fracture my legs.
Yes. No, I mean, we follow China Uncensored. He's been here a couple of times.
Yeah, he's
been a guest.
We've interviewed him.
Yeah. No, I mean...
Let me try this. I guess go back to the bank and open that box again? I must have missed something.
It is... Razor Shapiro, you got a shekel. Like, multiple
Let's say,
people.
for the sake of argument.
Multiple people at the same time.
Yeah.
No, it's a totalitarian country. It's...
The coffee tastes like wine.
The world will be a better place once communism has been wiped off the map.
why work
Tonight's stream will be subtitled in German.
when you can travel for your health? It's bring you home.
We must secure the future of the Terran race. All right. Oh, okay. Okay, the construction site is actually right across from the bank, so I'll just run over the bank and double check that. I cleaned them out. I stole a bunch of money from them, but I guess I didn't get my wallet back? Oh.
Cardboard. Remember, don't look at the big obvious stuff that even normies are seeing. Focus on obscure Jew plots or something.
Yeah.
I have legit friends who fell into this.
Isn't it ironic? It's the people who say there's nuance to everything that always have the same antagonist for every single issue.
Exactly.
I'm a nuance bro. The kind of nuance where the same guy is responsible for absolutely everything.
It's the Jews.
Man, at this point, I'm like, fuck it. Wipe Israel off the map. Not because they did anything wrong, just so the Spurg right will never have anything left to talk about. Just for a 1 out of 10 chance they'll shut the fuck up. Yeah, I've been through here. I have, in fact, been through here.
Me so trashed. I have seen you over at random Yoko's live stream before.
Yeah, I followed her for years. She's great. She was an early Trump fan.
Storm and Norman. Olive oil. Remember how fucking skinny and ugly she was and everyone wanted to fuck her? A man who needs advice.
So I opened...
A few weeks ago...
Oh, I did get my wallet back. Stupid damn thing.
A few weeks ago, I asked about having not gone to church like I used to.
Uh-huh.
I have since went to confession
Awesome.
and been back to church. Do it for yourself and despite MovieBot.
A good reason to do anything at all. Godspeed. I'm glad to hear that, man. I'm glad to hear that. Hey. A lucky rabbit's foot. Did you ever have a rabbit's foot, Taryn?
As a kid, yes.
Yeah, me too.
It was on my keychain.
What was it, like early 90s for some reason? The rabbit's foot thing became a thing again?
Yeah,
That was weird. Just for a minute. And then it went away. Right around the same time as Pogs.
Enigma. No straight razor. Explain the flaming. No straight razor explains the flaming.
Exactly.
Nice.
Okay, there's the bank. Yeah, there's the bank. There's a construction site. We gotta get to the... Say it with me, Taryn.
The funicular.
Funicular.
Jensen.
Jensen! Tifa is my waifu, Jensen.
Can you believe that game predicted Final Fantasy, what was it, 18?
Something? Yeah, and we're almost there. We're almost there.
No, it was something ridiculous like 28 or something.
We're almost there. We'll get there.
Final Fantasy poster.
We'll get there, absolutely.
27.
27. Yeah, we'll get there before long. You'll
Yeah, but
you'll be on your deathbed and you'll get a nice little chuckle out of it.
It's literally next year.
Nice
Deus
budget.
Ex Human Revolution's next year. They were a little off the mark
Nice doing business with you.
by like 10 games.
Well, I mean, it doesn't help when 15 took how long?
To make, yeah. They didn't know.
They couldn't very well have known it would take a decade to get one of these turds out. All right. All right, there we go. Yes. All right, the station. Okay, that's the police station. There's the funicular station. Is there a way into the funicular? There's like some scaffolding. Does the scaffolding lead into the building? Oh my, you're shitting me. Am I gonna have to break my shins again? Oh, this is the jump I missed one time. Okay, we'll save, and we'll screw this up badly. Alright.
Emperor Creatine,
All
remember
right.
when we used to play Movie Bob or Nazi?
Yeah.
Now we play Hassan or Terrorist. Speaking of, can we get the Hassan Pikers or Retard Minute? I don't have anything prepared.
Well, did you see the thing that's now going around?
What?
It's an older clip, but it's
Oh,
but
right.
it checks out, sir. Where he's literally, yes, we're going to replace all the white people, and then they're going to rape your white women.
And children.
Yeah.
I saw that, yeah.
It is kind of amazing the extent to which leftism is just an expression of pure Mephistophelian evil.
You're not supposed to be here. Get moving. Deaf, are we?
Asher, let it be known the D-backs beat the Dodgers.
Yes.
Yes, but Asmongold gets banned.
What? Hey, I'll take the beating of the Dodgers. Asmongold will be back. All right?
And in greater numbers, too.
And in greater numbers.
That man is so filthy fucking rich. He doesn't care.
Like, no shit. He could take his business over to Rumble and make a fraction of what he makes now and still be rich.
Dead as a doornail. Thing needs juice.
He's discussed going to just being on YouTube as well. That's where most of his audience is.
The problem with streaming on YouTube, I say as I stream on YouTube, is that it throttles the shit out of your channel.
Yeah.
They hate you streaming there. So if you stream there, then you put up a video, nobody gets to see your video because it doesn't get sent to your audience. Get! All right. Every time I adjust my tie, I feel like I should be saying a Rodney Dangerfield joke.
Yeah, he's on Kick. He's also streamed on Rumble. Like, he's making money. Like, he will never again want for anything. Let's see. Jim Cornette's resume. What was lower in a diva's life? Sable crawling back in 2003 looking tired and old? Or Sunny letting guys getting into bed with her for pictures?
Yeah. Well, Sonny let him do more than that. God. What was the question? Which was worse?
Which is worse?
Man, it's tough. Because Sable, when she came back, basically did it so she could cheat on her husband and go fuck Brock Lesnar. That's essentially what happened. Which is screwed up, man. You gotta feel for Mark Marrow. He, like, trusted the shit out of her. Although he had his own problems then, by his own admission. He's like an evangelist now, by the way. Mark Marrow, he goes around giving speeches about JC. Oh, no.
Asher. Asmongold puts the filth in filthy fucking rich.
Of course I won't be able to make this jump again.
Anderson Paladin. Praying somehow Clockwork Revolution will be good.
Oh. You keep right on a hoping, Broseph.
James
I
Bursey.
gotta stop. Every time I adjust my tie, I gotta look up a Rodney Dangerfield joke to tell them. You know.
How did you do that?
What?
The guys just donated a Rodney Dangerfield joke.
What?
Yes.
Tell it.
What made you think of that? What?
Because I kept adjusting my tie.
Oh, maybe
I was
that's-
like, I gotta, every time I adjust my
Maybe that's
tie, I
what
gotta
did
say
it
a
for-
Rodney Dangerfield joke. All
Maybe
right.
that's what did it for him too.
Hit us.
James Bursey. I tell you, I was an ugly kid. My mom had to tie a pork chop around my neck just to get the dog to play with me.
I tell you, hey, I get no respect. I was an ugly kid anymore. I was real ugly. My mother used to feed me with a slingshot.
Just the thought of an iron cage is too suggestive for me.
Let's see. Dee Dee.
For my wife, I get no respect. I fall asleep with a cigarette in my hand. My wife likes it.
Dee Dee, Hail Chief, Flipping Bird, and Terran Seas Ghost People Donos. Chief, who are you aiming at to join the next Razor Force offensive? Carrie Lake?
I would like that, actually. Yeah.
Ace Salieri? Hassan Piker's dog?
Ah, yeah.
Bzzz.
Man, the edge of these keep screwing me up. Oh, I almost did it. There's like there's like a little hang up at the end there, so you can't reliably do it. It just kind of does it when it wants to.
And knowing is half the battle.
Yes.
Says the color was achieved using a mixture of alkali ferrous cyanide with ferric salts. When sprayed onto the coal, the chemicals reacted to create brilliant iridescent Prussian blue.
Yes. Yes. By the way, Blue Coal was wrapped up. I believe it was the Glen Alden Coal Company or whatever. It was them that were involved in the Jimmy Hoffa disappearance. He was the union representative for all that. The crooked union representative. Blue Coal got Jimmy Hoffa killed. One of the coolest, like, abandoned places in Pennsylvania is the Great Big Blue Coal Factory. It's still got the Great Big logo on it and whatever. It's, you know, spooky. Maybe just... Yeah! Off the side! Excellent! Okay, I did it. Now save. Sorry. Sorry for putting you through that, guy.
Assuming you can get over the barrier here.
I can...
Oh, you can.
Oh, man, I thought I could just... I'm not killing him. I'm just knocking him out, right?
Mr. Phaedrus, take my wife. Please.
All right.
Boy, is my wife stupid. Takes her an hour and a half to watch 60 Minutes. My daughter's no bargain either. In public school, she was voted most likely to conceive.
Asher.
I missed that, man.
Thoughts on
I
Robert?
miss comedians like Rodney Dangerfield, where it's like, here, I wrote my joke. Here's the setup. Here's the punchline. I'm not going to be a cutesy little hipster about it. I'm not going to be all dance around it with a goofy premise about it. I'm not going to meekly deliver it like I'm one of you. It's not going to be a political speech. It's just going to be set up punchline and then you're going to laugh. Okay, asshole? That's the deal. I miss that, dude. I'm not going to sing the joke with a guitar in my hand.
I'm gonna read this one real quick and then hit the bathroom. Asher, thoughts on Robert Pattinson as Chris Hansen? I say he's really had a great career ever since he took Trump's advice and dumped Kristen Stewart.
You're right. I forgot about that. Forgot about him writing that tweet. He's gonna be playing Chris Hansen in a movie, I guess? Yeah, I think I heard about that. I don't know. Do we need a Chris Hansen movie? I don't... Are they gonna cover his arrest and everything? And... I don't know. It'd be interesting. Ooh. Ooh, shinies. I'm stealing from the police. Oh, what? Don't worry about it.
Don't know what.
Those were my quarters. I want my quarters. Ooh. Okay, now I'm gonna bash my way through and plummet to my death. And we're in. We did it, folks. We are into the station.
Dead as a doornail. Thing needs juice.
Unlike the last 10 years of Howard Stern programs. So he's just a full-blown agoraphobe. Am I right? That's what's going on with him. It's not about Trump. It's not about his crappy politics anymore. This is full-blown mental disorder territory. What we're observing. He's like a step away from being spoony. Ooh, Chinese.
Slight pack with cold meatloaf again. God, I hate meatloaf. She says I
Hey, my wife, she's a terrible cook.
You're lucky you're
I don't think meatloaf's supposed to glow. Oh.
I didn't think this would be my first assignment. Never heard anything good.
I ought to check out that fuse box.
Gonna run a few more maintenance checks before disassembly. Machinery is finicky and sputters out a lot. We're out of any good electrical fuses. If you need me, run over to the hardware store down the street. They should have a few on hand. Okay. What type of 1911 I got? I got the government model. Don't worry, it's not loaded. I have the 1911 government model. With some aftermarket grips. I like the Spanish diamond grips. Do I like high power? I'm not currently employed for a hit for a drug dealer, so no. Oh wait, that's High Point. No, the high power is pretty cool. Brown and original.
Mr. Phaedrus, my wife asked me if I missed her. I said with every bullet so far.
As long as I've been
I
here,
love
it
'em.
has. Too many hooligans were sneaking up to that new eyesore top of the hill.
Jegs Dino God, what type of M19? Oh, you already.
Yeah, I answered. I got 2 empty guns, bro. I need to just ditch these.
44 Magnum Norse. What's the difference between a G-spot and a golf ball? A man will actually search for a golf ball. Jack the Outcast.
So much. Nothing hits like a good cup of joe.
Hello, everyone. It is with a heavy heart. Our dog Diamond was laid to rest yesterday. She had a good run of 15 years. Now she's in heaven with Mom. Can I get a good girl for her?
Oh, Godspeed into the hereafter.
Can't let you in, sir. Wanna beat me with a nightstick? No? Run along, son.
Huh. And I gotta turn. Well, I turned on the power. I just gotta get to the car, the little train car. I think I just go back the way I came. That's still locked.
Jovan, the People's Republic of China.
China.
If they insist that the Chi-Coms and are the only China, they're not right-wing. Banish forever such lying, heretical deceivers from your regular viewing schedule if you value the truth and your sanity.
Who's there? Deaf are we? I said get flying. How was I supposed to know it was
Hey, I'm trying to get out of the way! Yeah, right, prick?
He continues, I can recognize the rightly detest the supremacist elements among some of the Jewish people without degenerating into outright spurgatory. All supremacist movements are repugnant in my eyes, regardless of who they hold to be supreme.
I'm with you on that.
Check
It's
that.
why I say the book by Martin Luther on the Jews and their lies is it's probably one of his most flawed books, but it's still more good than bad. Because he's basically shitting on the idea that these guys get to be chosen just because, oh, I'm born Jewish and I had my dick cut on, therefore I'm good. That's, man, Luther hated that. Hated it. Because it flew in the face of his whole doctrine of justification and everything in red in script.
Checks Dino God. Got kicked out of a World War II museum. I think they overreacted when I said in my uncle's voice, all of cost,
check out that fuse
they
box.
couldn't have gotten a better deal? And, sir...
Okay, it is...
I...
What that did, but...
do believe we be at the end.
Oh, wow. And it's almost, yeah. We need to be getting out of here anyway. Let me get in the car and... I'm sorry. The funicular. Get in the... And, then we can wrap it up. Jensen! Oh, do I do it? Maybe I can just jump over on those boxes? That'd be cool. Am I retarded? Why can't I jump on these?
I thought you were on them for a second.
There's a freaking invisible wall on these. There's an invisible wall on these. Yeah.
Can you just jump forward? Oh, yeah. Huh. Maybe that's just not the way you're meant to go
I
up.
guess. Oh, shit. And this guy is going to be bogarting this all the livelong day. Maybe I could jump over on that chandelier? Like freaking Errol Flynn?
Ah.
You're not supposed to be here. Get moved. This is a secure area. You will have to leave. Beaten with a nightstick. Watch, oh? Get lost.
Later! Hey, it worked! It didn't have to be graceful. It just had to work.
Mr. Phaedrus.
Such a total ripoff of Angel's Flight. Of course, if you've been to Los Angeles. Still one of the few features in LA that still kind of looks noir.
Look at me, king of the garbage pile.
The ultimate movie, you want to film noir with Angel's Flight, which is a funicular in LA, for those who don't know. The ultimate is Act of Violence. You gotta watch that movie. Angel's Flight features prominently. It's also in Bosch. I think there's a whole episode about it called Angel's Flight. Nice! We got there!
And two last ones. Mr. Phaedrus, a driver filled in for me and asked that we purchase a dishwasher.
Yeah.
I said, why? We already have 9. 44 Magnum Norse. Yes, running around with a Thompson will never draw any attention.
Never!
And that is the end.
Ever! Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us for Noir Fist Arcade Live. I enjoyed this. Fallen Aces. You guys need to try it. I'm glad we actually got to the second episode and got to the end of the first chapter of it anyways. Oh, no, not the first, the second. Anyways, for Terran Gell, I am Razor Fist. Until next time, don't get captured, Chief.